Mushi Mushi, welcome in everyone. We've got a nice bar set up for our horror podcast listening. Let me go ahead and turn it down just a little bit. Let's see. So I was thinking, what would be something nice to do, because it can be a little terrifying to listen to the show. Welcome in, dear. Oh my god, you're so cute. Well, thank you. I'm sure you're very cute too. Welcome into Somnium. We are going to be listening to the Magnus Archives. If you are unfamiliar, it is an amazing horror podcast out of the UK and absolutely phenomenal listening. We're on episode 51 of 200. So we've got quite a bit to go. But normally we're in a little bit more of a scarier scene. So I thought it'd be nice to try to do something that's a little bit more like have something on in the background so it doesn't feel scary. And hopefully that'll make a difference once we start listening. But we're going to be here for several hours, so please allow yourself to get comfortable. We will have a timer on screen for each episode. They're about 20 to 30 minutes, somewhere between that, depending on the episode. And let me send... Can I send the playlist? No, but I will send what episode we're on. And I will also send the... Is it like spoilers? The trigger warnings for each episode. And I've got to send that twice. Hold on. But yes, please make yourself comfortable. I'm happy that you found your way here. And I'm excited to get back into our listening party. So there's the link to the episode if you want to go back to the very beginning and catch up. We also have a playlist that has where we've started from, so you can go back and listen from there as well if you'd like. And where is that? Here it is. They have a fandom page, so you can check that out as well, and that'll give you more of the main statements. But they do have, like I said, like a trigger warning page that you can go through and look and see if maybe I don't feel comfortable listening to that. Copy. That's not what I copied. There we go. Sorry, I'm going to be a little late. Oh, hello, dear. You know, you never have to apologize for being late. There's no time that you are required to be here. I'm just happy when you are here. So please don't feel like you need to apologize. And I'm happy to see you, and happy Friday. I hope that you had a very relaxing day. And I got a nice little cozy game to play at the bottom of the screen as a happy distraction for scary things. I'm loving the thunderstorm with this. All right, so I'd say let's wait about things. I will be back. Okay. Nuzzle, nuzzle. So we're gonna start on episode 51 tonight, and it's titled High Pressure. And just a brief summary of what we have to expect. Also, I think our music is still a little loud. Hold on. When we play the episodes, we won't have the music playing, so don't worry. I'll have it muted. I do like the sound of the rainstorms, though. Nuzzle, nuzzle, nuzzle. All right, let's see. Let me know if our audio sounds all right, or if there's any hiccups, and I'll be happy to adjust. And I hope the music is okay now. And then we will have a timer on the scene, so you'll always be able to see where we are for each episode. But I will be playing the sound. It's a podcast, so there's nothing really to watch. It's mostly just listening, which is why I decided tonight that we would have something on the screen as sort of like a... Oh, I forgot I need to move our translator screen as well too. But I just lost my train of thought. But yes, we'll have a little timer on the screen. We'll give about another... We'll start at 20:30. So we can play this little cute game a little bit. This is called Lakeside Bar, and it's one of those bottom of the screen games. It can be full screen, and you know, because it's Friday, and some people very much do enjoy a nice drink on the weekend. I thought, why not have a nice little bar set up tonight? So cheers. I have lavender chamomile tea tonight as my drink of choice. If I had a preferred drink of the adult beverage, I'd probably have a nice glass of Cabernet. That sounds very nice. Very nice, very nice. That or maybe a Tom Collins. That sounds equally yummy. So please do. I have another bar, like on-screen gadget that we'll use from time to time. But yeah. So let's go ahead and play this bar game for a little bit, and then we'll start here shortly listening to our cozy horror podcast. So basically in Lakeside Bar, let me make it full screen really quick so you can see. So you have this bar that you run, you grow things outside, and then you have a bar down here that you can manage. And as you can see over time and as you gain money, the bar becomes bigger and bigger. But this is like your current staff. And it's really neat because like you can hire all these people. As you can see, it gets very expensive though. So we're saving. We're saving. We need another bar back and another manager. So I'm thinking we'll probably hire Chad next, and then we need to, well, we probably should work on training first. It has a lot of cute interactive things. There's different playlists for music. You can go fishing in the back with the little robot because that's who you play. Let me summon him here to the middle of the screen. Where is he? Where are we? There we are. He's like, I'm here. This is us. So you play as this cute little robot, and you can help deliver drinks and order food orders, or you can go out here and you can fish. It's going to take us a little time with our little robot legs to get here. And so he will passively fish, or you can have like a focus mode where you can actively try to catch things. And then the things that you catch, you sell them for money. Oh no. But then if you don't want to do that, you can just come back here. You have these cute little guys that are running around, and these are your little farmers, these little sprites. So this is the planter, this is the waterer, and this is the harvester. And there's more as well. So these are some of the things, for example, that we've got. And then you can see here you sell once you get a certain amount. Then this is your like bar furniture or outdoor furniture. Oh, and the bar games that you can decorate everything with. Then it gets into things like stats for your customers. Everybody has a profile. So as a good bartender, you always want to serve their favorite drinks. And they'll give you new recipes for drinks if you serve a certain amount. So such as this one, we need to sell 50 of this drink in order to get a new recipe in the mail. There's also critics, which I haven't gotten that far into the game yet. And then you've got like your sell statistics, how long you've played the game, and how many fish have you caught, dishes served, so on and so forth. And then your level. So each level brings new recipes as well too. Then this is so cute. You have the opportunity to craft special drinks with the things that you grow, but you can fail. So this is 25% craft successful, so we really need to work on these, but they also cost monies. So we'll just try this one really quickly. It has a nice animation. Cute bunny girl. Oh, she's like, I did not do my best. But you just keep crafting to get your, see? So these are some seeds and things that we got, and a new drink recipe. And they'll tell you a delicate bite, then a velvet finish. And then, what is this? One slurp and I felt 10 years richer. Oh, we got a bunch of stuff. It looks like water, but why is it on fire though? Is there some kind of beverage that can help sober up? And then you can claim all. But you'll get a notification there. And then you can always just play the animation of her at the bar, which is, I think, really cute as well too. That's what it looks like when we're successful. And then our microwave also has his own sweet little personality, so we'll see how we do with this omu rice. Oh no! But a successful dish prep will look like this instead. So you just have to keep practicing to get their cooking level up. And these are the sprites that I was talking about. Oh, soil fertilizer. We should probably get you next so we can get a higher grade of food. They've got a little ball machine as well, so you can get cute capsules. And the capsules will have things that go here on the shelf to the left of the bar. And each of these... Oh no, what did I do with it? There it is. Each of these gives you like buffs. So this will increase. Chef Mike is the the microwave. Increases cleanliness by 70%. This is fame level bonus 5%. Increase staff working amount by 40. Increase mixing speed by 10. So let's see. Oh, we have so many of these. Let's open a capsule. So it's 70 or 70, 7K per capsule. So let's see. What a cutie. So what buff did that give us then? Tipping rate, 5% bonus. I like it. Oh, the prices go up. Okay, is he even considered fat? He's considered cute. So we make the silver coins by people using like the game machines and stuff. So I'm trying to think what else we use it for before I go crazy. Then you can play games over here as well, and that also gives you perks, decorations, and it gives you like a nice preview of the gameplay loop. So let's get one more. Aw, the globe. Fame level, nice, 30% bonus, a promise waiting to be fulfilled. So that's cute. So you can see like we have limited spaces. I think it's 21. No, 15. So we'll have to be picky depending on how good these get. But yeah, so that's pretty much like a general overview of the game. Are we still fishing? We are. The nighttime scene's very nice. So if we don't click anywhere, he's just gonna keep fishing, and then eventually, hopefully, we can sell some of the stuff, and then we can use those to get seeds in the farm. You'll know which items you should sell because they'll have a little red dot, and it'll tell you that you need to serve this drink to a specific customer to get mail. So those are the things that we're currently selling. I love the pixel art in this game. I think it's very well done. It's a pretty just nice, vibey kind of a game. So I think, in order to add things to your menu, you can right-click it to increase it by 1, or you can just click on these to buy large amounts. And the drink art is really pretty too. Yay. Oh, matcha hibiscus. I hope somebody comes in for that. That looks good. Encante. I'm wondering if, like, some of these, obviously, like gin and tonic, beer, but I wonder if some of them are made up drinks or if these are all real drinks. I know that a sidecar is a real drink, but I'm not sure what's actually in it. A Grand Blue, spicy margarita. And not everything is alcoholic either. So the spicy margarita has 0 alcohol content, so it's good for it's good for the people who get overly intoxicated. And you'll be able to tell too because they'll start like throwing up and stuff. So this is what today's menu is. We've got 5 drinks. Oh wait, I need to. Why do I have more drinks than food? Do we have another preferred drink? Oh, okay. Maybe we can switch out this other snack. Oh no, 1, 2. Or do we have all the preferred snacks up? Oh, we can take the edamame off then. What was this? And then we'll add this Aphrodite. and we'll go ahead and add 10. And then let's make sure all of our snacks at minimum have 10. I don't know why I'm choosing 10 because it's absolutely going to be more than that in the sales, but it'll show you like what happens. So let's open the bar. And this is sort of like a set it and forget it in a way, which is why I chose it. So that way you have something nice to look at while you're listening to something terrifying. So I thought that was a good trade, right? So our staff is going and we've got people coming in. So yeah. Are we still sitting out here? Yes, we are. And you can see our monies are going. Oh yeah, we're definitely already going to need to restock. See, they're all sitting together. So it's very cute. It's just, like I said, kind of like a chill game. You can change the music by clicking on the record player as well, which I think is cute. I think that's it. Yeah. So while that's going, let me go ahead and get our hello dear Fruit. Hi honey. Oh my gosh, how are you? Oh, it's so good to see you. I'm happy you have found your way here. Oh, thank you. What have you been up to? Meow. Okay, we're gonna let him stay out here for a while because we need a lot more money so that we can start to make money again. Let's see. Sell all. So that gave us 783. I think that's like, they look like bronze. I'm with Sky on VRC. Aw, tell my baby I said hello. Oh, I have a clip for them as well. We were playing Dragon Sword the other night, and one of the mounts is called a Sky Wolf. And I think I clipped it. Hold on, let me see really quick. Let me do this really quick too, and then I will try to pull it up on screen. I'm back for a little before I have to go again, and then I'll be back again. We will be here for a while tonight. We'll probably at the least probably be here for 4 or 5 hours tonight, so don't worry. I like to stream longer on Fridays. Fridays and Mondays I like to try to stream for quite a long time. But let me see. Oh yeah, we needed to get some seeds down. Okay, so what do we need? Oh, and we did get new stuff, so we need to look at some of these. We probably should put the corn and the... We finally got tea leaves. That means we can make special recipes. Also, need to throw some love at you, Fruit. Oh, I've missed you so much. I hope you've been doing good, honey. Okay, let's see. Let's do... Why don't I have so much of you? Huck, 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 huck. All the hugs. All the love. I think we should still work on the sugar cane and the lemons for sure. We have a lot of oranges, so let's see. Sugar cane. Let's do lemons. Sugar cane. mint, and corn. And then, how much was that? It's so expensive. We'll have to see how much we get. Because we need to unlock the fertilizer as well. Come back over here and go fishy. I forgot to ask, how was your day? Oh, thank you. I've had a really painful day, but other than that, my appointment went well. I'm very tired, so I'm happy to sit down and just relax and not use my brain too much for anything for the rest of the night besides entertaining you all and being cozy with my dreamers. So that's my goal. Oh, this. But yeah, that's pretty much my day. I'm just a little tired, but that's okay. Thank you for asking. And did you have a good day as well? I was thinking, before stream had started that your Friday was gonna be very cozy and that you wouldn't have a stressful day. But I see you bopping in and out, so maybe like a happy busy instead of like a stressy kind of busy. No, come back. I need to not. If I left click, will he come down? Okay, good. Wait, but you're not fishing though. Why no fish? It's like you're not just gonna send me out here by myself at night to fish, are you? Are you? I'm kind of a good fisher only in this game. It was good and bad, but mostly good because I'm watching your stream. Oh, I wish that it was a better day, dear. I'm sorry. Let me turn down our ambient sounds as well. Set the ambiance. Alright. Even though it's gonna get muted eventually, but that's fine. So yeah, I love the cute little outfits that everybody has on as well too. Oh, we can click on them to see their profiles, and you can see their alcohol tolerance as well, which is good, so you can know what things to serve them. And eventually you'll see, if we stay open for a long time, people will start to throw up because they'll drink too much, which I think is so funny. See, look. And they throw up in rainbows, which I think is just so neat. I'm like, oh, it's okay. You can vomit on the floor as long as it's in a rainbow. Yeah, me too. Oh. Well, I'm glad that you're here. I'm always happy to see you, so. I gotta shake up my green drink. So I have my green drink and my tea and my water. That's my sustenance for our long cozy evening. Yeah, I'm happy to see you. Yay! All right. So I hope this is okay, right? Like we can see something going on the screen so we can have a little distraction. And we can listen to our show and see they're playing games. I kind of wish it was a little bit more animated, like them playing things, but I think it's okay. At least we can see them eating. I also wish that we could like hire someone to do like stage performances. I bought the stage thinking that like, oh, someone's gonna come sing up here. Unless that's somebody that we have to hire. Oh, we also have a staff that's a ghosty. Syx. And they only come in, I think on the weekend? Or no, they only come in during certain hours. But I want to save up enough money to get either one of these. I kind of like this one because the colors are more along with our theme. And then, oh yeah, here it is. Okay, she comes in from 6 to 6 only, and she doesn't need to rest. So what time is it? It's midnight. I don't see. Oh, there you are. Oh, just floating around. So cute. Oh, I guess we should check the menu as well, too. Let's see. How are we doing on our beverages? Good. 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 Okay, so it looks like we're mostly getting food orders. Snacks are looking good. Oh, the manager's been restocking for me as well. Okay. I was like, we haven't... Why haven't the numbers gone down? The manager's doing their job. They're like, this is what I'm paid for. I'm glad that the sprites will sit with us so that we're not just out there by ourselves. It's a cute ghosty. But yes, happy Friday, everyone. Welcome in again. And again, we will be listening to the Magnus Archives tonight and watching this Lakeside Bar game. And that's going to be our cozy Friday night. Oh, my tea cooled off already. Goodness. All right, well, let me get the podcast ready. Now, if I move that, okay, that's gonna stay there. Can I make you smaller? Oh no, this is okay then. And then this can go here. I feel like I need 5 screens. Oh, actually, I can just have you on this side because when we're listening to it, I don't have to look at it. for whatever reason, if my translator program is not on top of the programs, it won't translate. I'm like, why? I feel like I feel like if I had one more monitor, I would feel more contented. But I don't know how that would even work because I think you only have a certain amount of ports, and I don't think I have I don't think I have more than for 2, so all right. Episode 51 of the Magnus Archives, High Pressure. Statement regarding a deep dive. Oh, I should read it in my UK accent. Statement regarding a deep dive off the coast of Nova Scotia. The Magnus Archives tells the tale of a salvage diver who ventured into the graveyard of the Atlantic and what they encountered in the depths. Starring the archivist Jonathan Sims, not Sasha, Eve Hewitt, writer Jonathan Sims, director Alexander J. Newell, and editors Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBleu. That's true. A monitor for right. It's so strange because when I'm not here in Somnia enjoying my time, I don't want to be at my desk. So it's very, very interesting because I'm like, oh, through the day, I'm like, oh man, I really want to play. But then I'm like, oh man, I really want to be outside. So I do have my Switch, but then I go outside and then the sun hits me and I'm like, I think I want to take a cat nap instead. And the cat nap always wins because it's perfect. We also need more indoor decorations. We only have that one little tree there. All right, let me get this going. Make sure our timer is reset. We have a 5-second countdown, and then we'll start the episode. All right. Yeah, I'll mute the game after everything starts as well. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives. Episode 51, High Pressure. Statement of Antonia Haley regarding a deep dive that took place near Sable Island, Nova Scotia, in August 2006. Original statement given January 7th, 2008. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I should be dead, really. It's a weird feeling. You ever had a near-death experience? I've had a few. They're not uncommon in my line of work, but this, it feels different. It's not that I put myself in danger and managed not to die. I should be dead. Decompression sickness that severe is almost never survivable, and I should have had an embolism. The fact that I didn't? Blind luck. It's hard to reconcile yourself with avoiding a death that you feel should have been yours. If there had been others with me who didn't make it, if I could write it off as survivor's guilt, but I was alone. Do you ever get that? Of course you don't, sorry. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about the bends. I'm a diver, both by nature and by trade. I grew up in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and was swimming almost before I was walking. I did my first scuba dive at 8 years old. It was barely deeper than a swimming pool, but it was enough to instill a lifelong passion for it. I got fully qualified as soon as I was legally able and almost flunked out of college because I was always running off to some dive or other. I must have missed more classes than I went to by the end. I scraped by, but as it turned out, even if I hadn't, it wouldn't have mattered too much, as it wasn't my psychology major that got me my first job after graduation. It was diving. I worked at a marine salvage company based off the coast of Nova Scotia. You'll forgive me if I don't give their name. I still hold out hope I might go back to work there someday, and I'd feel like an asshole dragging their name through the mud, even if it is just to you and your strict confidentiality procedures. If you're desperate, they shouldn't be hard to identify, but it's not really relevant to what happened. You ever heard of the Graveyard of the Atlantic? Probably not, and it's a confusing name anyway, since it actually refers to two distinct locations along the eastern coast of North America, both notorious hotspots for shipwrecks. In this case, I'm talking about the one of Sable Island in Nova Scotia. The waters there are some of the roughest, where the Gulf Stream hits the Labrador Current, and depending on which historical records you believe, there could be anything from 400 to 600 shipwrecks down there. And that's only from when the European settlers first arrived. Normally, it's not the sort of place where we would accept jobs. It's too dangerous to send a salvage crew in when the waters are that unpredictable. But this time was different. Maybe the old man was just a real sweet talker, or maybe he swipped the captain, a leathery old cuss by the name of Morton Kemp, just enough extra under the table that he fudged the location on the release forms. Either way, word came down that we were doing a dive off Sable Island. None of that was to say the captain was stupid about it. We kept a very close eye on the meteorological reports and only headed into the graveyard when we were certain we'd have a window of relatively calm seas to do it. It helped that the job was relatively simple. The old man, Simon Fairchild, had come to us claiming that he had pinpointed the location he believed his great-grandfather's sailing yacht had been sunk almost 120 years ago, and he was keen to retrieve any heirlooms or curios he could from it. The only thing interesting or unusual about his story was the amount of money he was willing to throw around to back it up. It was certainly enough to get us dropping anchor 100 miles from the coast on a hot, sunny morning at the end of August. The journey out had been a bit subdued. Normally, me and Julio Hernandez, the other diver on the crew, would spend our time chatting, playing cards, and once even screwing, though we generally don't talk about that. This time we had to babysit Mr. Fairchild, who had stubbornly insisted that he make the journey with us. Again, this wouldn't normally have been an option, but the guy was not shy about throwing his money around. He must have been pushing 100 years old, just a tiny pink skeleton of a man, sat in the corner watching us the whole trip. It was hard to get any sort of friendly chat going, with him perched there like some sort of vulture. I tried to talk to him a few times, but he only seemed interested in discussing this shipwreck and how preserved I thought everything might be. I told him I had no idea, as it really wasn't my area. I was just the diver. He didn't say much to me after that. When we hit the graveyard, the sea was almost completely still, far more so than I would have expected, even given the weather predictions we'd been working on. It didn't strike me as odd at the time, just an unexpected bit of help with the job. Initial checks managed to locate a wreck that seemed to match the old man's description, a steam yacht circa 1890. It seemed to be in surprisingly good shape, and in the camera's torchlight, we could just about make out the name, the Maria Fairchild. The old man was practically dancing with joy, and I was genuinely concerned he might give himself a heart attack. We suited up and prepared to go under. The wreck was at a depth of 160 feet, which meant we'd be in a high-pressure environment, but we shouldn't need hypoxic gas or full pressure suits, which was something of a relief. Julio made his prayers, Captain Kemp gave us a stern nod, and into the water we went. As I went in, I thought I heard Simon, the old man, shout after me, but I couldn't make it out. and then the world was nothing but silent blue. I had expected the water to be warmer, given the temperature on the surface, but the chill hit me all at once, and it took a moment to get to grips with it. I saw Julio next to me, a few yards away, and with a thumbs up we began to dive down towards the sunken boat. Most people don't appreciate how quickly it gets dark underwater. You don't need to be nearly as deep as you think before the sun is just the faintest change in the water hues. If you're not careful, it's easy to forget which way is up and become lost in the murky depths. But Julio and I were a well-practiced team, and we weren't going so far down as to face any darkness that our torches couldn't handle. It was during that descent, when I saw that our 2 points of light were the only signs of movement down there, that I noticed the absence of life. I wasn't particularly worried by this. If anything, I was rather relieved. Anyone who's been diving more than a few years will be able to tell you of at least one close call with a shark, and I'd had 2 so far, so the less movement the better as far as I was concerned. Still, it was a surprise that we hadn't seen even a single school of fish on our journey to the sea floor, and once we were down there it was just as lifeless. I gestured my confusion to Julio, but he just shrugged and started over towards the wreck. Down there, deep below the surface, I find myself sometimes entering an almost meditative state. You can feel the weight of the world, a world you were never meant to be part of, pressing in on you from all directions, and the constant, overpowering awareness of your own breathing, of how little there is between you and the very space around you that is completely hostile to your existence. The danger is real, as is the faint, hardened fear in your gut, but I've always found that it sometimes put me in a state not too unlike how it feels staring into the flames of a fire. Hypnotic. My mind cleared of all thoughts but the dull, pulsing rush of adrenaline. That feeling was so strong here that I almost swam past the Maria Fairchild completely. Julio was already inside, and I quickly located a large enough tear in the hull and made my own entrance. The yacht was bigger than I had thought when viewing it from the boat, but the layout was not complicated, and we already had quite a good idea about where would be best to look for the sort of antiques and sentimental treasures that Simon wanted. Julio had taken the bedroom, so I started on the bridge. It was certainly an impressive sight. A late 19th century steam yacht, slightly decayed from its time on the ocean floor, but all in all astoundingly well preserved. I looked over the chair and the various panels and controls, but could find nothing which could be classed as an easily removable heirloom, although I did make a mental note of which bits of the bridge were well enough preserved that they might be worth removing. It would need more equipment than we had with us, but I could suggest it to Simon if we returned empty-handed. I checked in on Julio, but he was still busy ransacking the bedroom, so I decided to do a sweep of the engine room. And it was there I found the hole. It was large, maybe 7 feet in diameter, not unlike the one I had used to get into the wreck in the first place, but there was something about it that immediately put me on edge. The shape was too regular somehow, the water outside it was too dark, and it took me a few seconds to notice this, but the direction of the tearing seemed to indicate it had been made from the inside out. I dropped the rusted wrench I had been examining and let it float slowly towards the floor as I made my way to the hole. I gripped the side and looked through. As soon as I put my head through, I felt a change wash over me. The pressure increased all at once, becoming so intense that I screamed in surprise and pain as my head erupted in agony. The pressure was upon my whole body now, and I was finding it hard to move with the crushing weight on every part of me. My eyes bulged as I stared forward, and I saw 2 things. The first was that below the hole there was no sea floor, just a deep and endless expanse of empty water, as though the boat were on a cliff edge. The second was that it was far, far too dark. The deepest that humans can survive in the ocean is the mesopelagic zone, which begins roughly 650 feet below the surface. It is colloquially known among oceanographers as the twilight zone, as it is the level where only the faintest of light penetrates from the sun, and the water can only be seen in the many shades of darkness. Down that far, any glow that makes it is so diffused as to be utterly useless in determining which way is up. But as I stared out in terror, I was absolutely sure that there was no up. and I could swim as far as I liked. There would never be anything but water. Then I saw it. It was only a shadow in the dark, but it was there. And it was huge. It stretched from one side of my vision to the other, and as I fought against the pressure to turn my aching head, I still couldn't see the end of it. Only its blurred outline was slightly better contrasted against the lighter shade of the twilight water that surrounded it. I could not see the ends of it. It was so big it made me lightheaded to think about it, to try and place myself in some believable scale against it. I think it was a hand, but I could not see enough to be sure. Then it moved, slowly but clearly, and I realized how far away it still was. As it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and I could see nothing else, and I screamed. It was the jagged metal of the hole itself that saved me in the end. As I cried out in horror, I felt the sharp edges of it digging into my hands, and they gripped it, and the unexpected burst of pain snapped me out of whatever it was that held me in place. With a surge of strength, I pushed myself back into the boat, and I felt the pressure lift all at once. Of course, this brought its own set of problems, but I didn't care. The lightheadedness was already setting in, and my vision was blurring when I swam out of the sunken ship and headed towards the surface at full speed, ignoring all decompression procedures. I blacked out 30 feet from the surface. I have vague memories of the trip back, fading in and out of consciousness, feeling the worst I have ever felt in my life. Then I recall a helicopter, shouting, and finally waking up fully in a hospital bed. Captain Kemp was there, and he immediately laid into me, calling me all sorts of horrendous names before informing me exactly how serious my condition had been, and how lucky I was to be alive. I should be dead, he told me, and I know he was right. I left the company soon afterwards. I still plan to go back someday, but it'll be a while longer before I'm comfortable in the water again. Julio never came to visit me in hospital, and I was unable to get in contact with him after I was discharged. I hope he's all right. I did ask Captain Kemp what happened to the job after I left, as I also hadn't seen the old man since that morning. The captain got a strange look in his eyes then, and gazed out of the window with a scowl I had never seen on his face before. "The sea is a dangerous place," he said, and walked away. Statement ends. No real follow-up can be made to this statement, as it all took place in Canadian territory, and we don't have the contacts over there that we do here. Not to mention that what little I could glean appears to be a mass of overlapping and conflicting police, coast guard, and port authority reports. We could spend years trying to unravel this one case if we had a mind to, and I, for one, do not. We weren't even able to glean sufficient information to track down any of those mentioned in the statement, aside from Captain Morton Kemp, who now runs boat tours near Winnipeg and declined to comment on it in the strongest possible terms. Instead, I will focus on Simon Fairchild, who I recall may have come up in case 0022010, along with a young woman. I may have encountered Fairchild before, or it may just be a coincidence of names. One of my first cases as a researcher for the Institute in 2012 was looking into the history of a jewellers in Hackney that had reported cases becoming cracked in the night. Nothing was ever taken, but each morning it would be like a heavy weight had been dropped upon them. Looking into it, it turned out that the jewellers had, in the 1930s, belonged to a con artist and fence who had attracted the displeasure of the local population. When one particularly irate customer threw him out of a fourth-floor window into a crowded street at midday, no one claimed to have seen anything. A minor possible haunting with a decidedly pedestrian backstory, but notable because, while I was never able to discover the original name of the con artist, one of his many, many aliases was Simon Fairchild, and it appeared on several business listings around the time. Whether it's a coincidence or not is something of a moot point at this stage, however. A cursory bit of research reveals the Fairchilds in question to be an exceptionally wealthy family based down in Cornwall. No real business to speak of, but it appears they've invested very wisely in aerospace technology, shipping logistics, and underwater drilling and construction. Whatever their origin, I feel it's worth keeping an eye on them. End recording. Supplemental. I had a strange conversation with Sasha earlier today. I've been doing some research into her, but there's little to go on, save that she worked in artifact storage. I decided to pay it a short visit to acquaint myself with any new acquisitions. Not much worth reporting, really. A new oak wardrobe, light is apparently unable to penetrate, a carved rock eye they keep in a black velvet bag, apparently it interferes with the video cameras otherwise, and a rather nasty-looking scalpel that is supposedly rife with disease, no matter what they use to sterilize or disinfect it. That one's kept in a hermetically sealed plastic box. I stumbled across Sasha, staring at that damn table again. Luckily, I had the wherewithal to bring my tape recorder and managed to turn it on unnoticed. Recording follows. It's fascinating, isn't it? In the literal sense, I mean.
Yes.
Yay.
Sometimes I can't pull myself away from it.
Given recent events, I've been trying to figure out if it's a fractal.
No. No, it isn't. I've always seen it more like a web.
I guess it has caught us in its own way.
Aww.
I don't think we're the first to be caught.
No?
I believe it caught Graham as well.
I thought that was... Whatever crawled through his window. Unless you think they're linked somehow.
I doubt it. It didn't sound like the sort of thing that would want to be bound to an object.
I suppose. And we haven't seen any long-limbed stalkers, so... Let's concentrate on the table.
Agreed. If you'll excuse me?
Of course. Odd, but not alarming, though I think I may discuss restricting her access to the table with Elias. Oh, and I've found out where she's been going when she takes extra long lunch breaks. It seems harmless enough, but I admit I'm a bit baffled. Every few days, she travels up to Baker Street to spend anywhere from 10 minutes to a full hour in Madame Tussauds Wax Museum. End supplement.
You're on to something. You're on to something.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims, produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To subscribe, view associated material, and make donations, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, tweet us at The Rusty Quill, visit us on Facebook or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Join our community on the forums via the website or on Reddit at r/The Magnus Archives. Thanks for listening.
Stop the clock. I personally have a very real fear of water. So when they talk about, which is weird because I love water, it's very soothing to me, but like being out and like the vastness of the ocean, that terrifies me. I would never do like deep sea diving, I don't think. Scuba diving, but deep sea, I feel like I feel like I would have a really bad asthma, or not asthma attack. I'd have a really bad anxiety attack. And you want me to play Subnautica too? I didn't know you streamed tonight. Didn't notice. It's okay. I try to stream mostly every weekday at 8 or 2000 EST. But how are you, dear? And yes, thalassophobia as it is called. I have a fear of the deep, vast openness of the ocean. But I'm fine to do like cruising and things like that. Like, I don't mind being on boats. Just the thought of being submerged and being just a tiny person in the great big ocean, which we don't even fully like know what's down there. We don't know everything down there. So yes, it terrifies me. I'm on a 16 kilometer walk, doing all right. Oh, that sounds really cozy. Well, a long walk sounds really nice. So yeah, but any of the the episodes that are like that talk about being in like deep dark ocean, scary. I kind of find being submerged interesting, not deep as drowning is a fear, but shallowish water seems fascinating to me. You mean like baths? Like the bath? But yeah, I love baths. But being kind of submerged, like tide pool or reefs. Oh yeah, I mean, well, like, and those can be really terrifying as well because you can get pulled under by the current depending on where you're going. Or spearfishing spots. Oh my gosh, that sounds really fascinating. Have you ever been spearfishing before? We need more onions and corn. They're growing though, so that's good. Never. Where you can deep dive enough to go to the bottom and go back to the surface with no equipment. Oh, like a regular deep pool then. Yeah. I used to be able to sit at the bottom of like a regular like pool and like sit at the deep end and go all the way down and like sit on the bottom and just stay down there as long as I possibly could. And then I think, yeah, I think it was no, come back. I still want you to fish. But I had a cousin that unfortunately got pulled under the current trying to save somebody else. And I think that like put a very real fear in me for quite a long time. But I still really love the water a lot. But that freaked me out pretty badly. Did you see how cute he is when he plucks the food? So cute. So cute. I didn't check our food either. That is fair, honestly. Yeah. I mean, I wish I didn't feel that way now still because I really do like I really like the water a lot, which is why I'm so happy to go to sauna or just take a really nice long like hour-long some mod bath. Like the water makes me feel really peaceful. But just like Big Blue, I don't know. I don't know. But tis okay. Should I just do a whole batch of corn as well too? Once I get everything over. Oh, I still need more sugar cane. I feel like once we get more of these over like 250 maybe, I'll feel better about it. I will feel better about it. I also wish that I could break up some of these instead of like selling the whole stack, but it'll sell the whole stack, and I'm like, that's not what I want. Oh, we got more mail. You've got mail. Alright, I'm gonna leave that. We're doing pretty good. Alright, let us prepare for episode 52. Exceptional risk. Alright, we've got our timer. The clock is reset. We pull this all the way back. And we begin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives. Episode 52, Exceptional Risk.
Zoomies.
Statement of Philip Brown regarding his time working at HMP Wakefield between 1990 and 2002. Original statement given April 9th, 2004. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. How much do you know about the prison service? Not much, I'd bet. Maybe you've seen a few prison movies, think you know a bit about how it is in there. You've got to keep face and watch your back, right? After all, you never know who's got a shiv with your name on it. Well, for a start, you're probably thinking of American movies about American prisons, and I can't speak to that. Maybe it is non-stop gang warfare over there, but in my experience, the biggest danger in a prison is, and always will be, boredom. I say that like it's some glib observation, but we work hard to keep it as boring as possible. The first hint of violence among the inmates gets smacked down. I worked as a prison officer in Her Majesty's Prison Wakefield, or the Monster Mansion, as the press insists on calling it. It houses the real scum of this country. Class A dangers, the lot of them, and it was always a point of pride to me that we kept that place quiet. I mean, I say it like I had any real power, but I was just a grunt, keeping an eye on a cage full of wild animals. I won't even pretend I was proportional in my use of force. I mean, prison inspector would have been over that with me already, but the sort of things you have to have done to end up in Wakefield. Well, let's just say the suicide attempts far outnumbered the murder attempts, and I never lost any sleep over that fact, nor did any of the inmates. I made sure of that. After lock-up at 7 p.m. sharp, I made a point of keeping my wing dark and quiet. It helped that they were single cells, of course. No worries about conversation or violence between cellmates. But even then I was careful to make it very clear that drawing my attention after lights out was something they would regret. I'll admit, I was a real bastard when I worked there. Sometimes you need a bastard to keep an eye on the monsters. And back then, I really thought that the murderous filth we were looking after were the closest thing this world had to real monsters. I was wrong, of course. I'd been working there for almost 5 years when Robert Montauk came to us. Now, don't get me wrong, we've had plenty of celebrity criminals pass through Wakefield over the years, but I can't say it didn't give me a slight chill to know that we were going to be keeping watch over the most prolific British serial killer of all time.
Why can't I plant there?
I mean, he killed 40 people. That's a ridiculous number. I mean, maybe in America, where you have so many places to hide, but his nearest competition in this country barely reached half that. And he used to be a policeman. All told, you have the ingredients for a cocktail of posturing, unrest, and violence among certain quarters of the inmates. He wouldn't normally have gone to Wakefield, as his crimes had no sexual element to them, but we were the only ones that had space for a prisoner needing that level of security and scrutiny. He was a big guy. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. Usually with that kind of prisoner, they've got a you'd never know to look at them sort of feeling, but Montauk looked like a killer. He must have been almost 6'6" and built like a barge. His dark hair was cropped close to his scalp, showing off a flat, angular face. Not to put too fine a point on it, but the man was terrifying. When he entered the rec room for the first time, I could almost hear the deflating egos as a dozen would-be hoodlums thought better of trying to make a reputation by standing up to Robert Montauk.
Deflating
Of course, there's always
egos.
one. And in this case, it was Ivan Ilic, an aspiring Serbian gangster, who decided to go after him, jumping him from the side. Me and the other warders had been waiting for something like this, but we were too slow to get there in time. Well, maybe we could have gone faster. But 40 murders. Sometimes you want to look at what you're up against. Ilic was not a small man and nearly matched Montauk in height, if not in weight. But there was an energy to Montauk, a tightness, like a rubber band about to snap. Ilic leapt forward with a shout and delivered a solid punch right into the other man's kidneys, but it was as though he'd hit the pressure pad on a bear trap. With terrifying speed, the hands snapped round, gripping the Serbian's right arm. There was a half moment of complete silence, as everyone seemed to be holding their breath, to see what Robert Montauk did next. He brought his hands around with a violent twist, cleanly dislocating his assailant's arm with a nasty pop, and replacing the silence with a scream and a string of Slavic curse words. At this point, me and the other screws broke it up. I got the unenviable task of taking the still cursing Ivan Ilic down to get his arm treated. I didn't see Montauk again for some time. After that little incident, he was immediately transferred over to F Block, where he wasn't going to be a danger to anyone but himself. I'd occasionally hear rumours about him filtering through the other inmates, and there wasn't a spooky story in Wakefield that didn't have him at the centre of it. Barely a week went by without some loudmouth nobody spreading word that he'd killed a guard, or escaped, or been found dead in his cell with his heart ripped out. It was never true, of course, not at that point. I think most of it came from Dave Harrington on F-Wing. He always loved to drop fake gossip on new inmates, and the old hands knew not to trust a word he said. It was 1998 when... Hello?
Hey, I just wanted...
Oh, hold on.
Thank
Sorry,
you, dear.
can't be too careful. Accidentally mentioned you on one of my earlier official recordings and had to go back over it.
Oh, sure. I've got another tape for you.
Fantastic. Here's the other one.
Was there anything on it?
Oh, very much so. A Russian circus that... Oh, but, nothing relevant to Gertrude's murder, if that's what you mean.
It is what I mean.
Right, sorry. Have you had a chance to listen to any of them yourself?
Well, the precinct has exactly one tape player, and it exploded when I tried to put batteries in it.
Oh.
I've put in a requisition for a new one, but that's lost somewhere in the Met, and I haven't had a chance to chase it up, so no.
Well, if you keep bringing them to me...
It's better than nothing, yeah. Anyway, I thought you could try this one next.
Alexandria?
Hey, at least this one actually has a label. I figured you're probably into old libraries and stuff,
No,
so...
you're right. Thank you, Becerra. Honestly.
Yeah. Oh, what's the name of that helper of yours?
Martin.
No, the hot one. He has scars like you, but kind of manages to pull them off.
Yes, Tim.
Yeah, what's his deal? He gave me the weirdest grin when I came in just now, and like, a thumbs up.
I wouldn't worry about it.
No?
He thinks we're sort of together,
No. You know I'm
No,
not.
I know. I mean, he just got it in his head.
I mean, you're nice and all.
Yes, no, I feel the same way.
Right. I mean, I suppose it's better he think that.
I won't tell if you won't.
Right. I'm gonna go, then.
Yes. Right.
Statement resumes. It was in 1998 that I next came into regular contact with Robert Montauk. The government had commissioned the construction of close supervision centres in prisons all over the country, and Wakefield was one of the flagship initiatives. A good portion of F-Wing was given over to our own CSC, soon to be known as the Exceptional Risk Unit. It could only hold 8 prisoners, but they were to be the worst of the worst, kept under constant scrutiny and given no chance to harm anyone. I was picked to be one of the officers transferred into the new unit. I don't know if it was specifically because I had more inmate altercations on my record than any other prison officer at Wakefield, but given the intensity of the setup, I'm sure it didn't hurt my application. Robert Montauk was an obvious choice for the Exceptional Risk Unit. During his time in Wakefield, he had been involved in several further violent incidents, and though he hadn't yet killed anyone inside the prison, the higher-ups reckoned it was only a matter of time. So in he went. The CSC was not a nice place. Wakefield had the budget to make it secure, but not to make it anything less than starkly utilitarian. The individual cells were cramped and claustrophobic, with almost no natural light filtering in from the outside. Oh, they still got their exercise, but it was in bare metal cages. We kept them separated from each other almost as much as we kept them from the rest of the prison. You must never underestimate how violent and desperate a trapped animal can become. We were cruel to them. I'm not ashamed of that. If I were to tell you all the crimes of those monsters we kept in the ERU, you'd probably lose your lunch before I was halfway through the list. Keeping them beat down was the only way to make sure they behaved. And besides, atonement is important. I'll admit, though, I always had a soft spot for Robert Montauk. He never gave us any trouble.
Yay!
Away from the other prisoners, he seemed docile, almost eerily so sometimes. Also, and it's a small thing, but he never denied his crimes. Wakefield is one of those prisons where everyone is innocent, and it gets so dull to hear their whining protestations day after day. Anyone who fully owned their crimes always went up in my estimation. I mean, we still beat him down on occasion, but not as bad as the others. After a year or two, I kind of started to forget who he was, you know? The mystique of being Britain's most successful serial killer just didn't hold up. When you have someone in your power like that, you forget any respect you might have had for them. And he never gave us any trouble. In 2001, he started to get visitors. His daughter, mostly. Given that she hadn't visited before, I'd guess she was turned 18. You get that a lot. Unaccompanied visits aren't allowed under that age, and plenty of inmates have kids living with overprotective guardians who refuse to take them, so I assumed she was similar. The visitor rooms in the main prison are quite nice. Not so much in the Exceptional Risk Unit. A dark, bare room like all of them, cut down the middle with a reinforced window. There were plenty of lights in there, but somehow it always seemed gloomy. I was on observation for a few of their father-daughter visits. She would talk about her life like her dad wasn't a murderer. He would lie about how it wasn't too bad in the prison. It was all very touching, I'm sure. Aside from his daughter, there was only one other time that he had a visitor. It was 6 months before he died, late March 2002. He was an older guy, I'd guess late 50s, wearing a well-tailored black suit and an expression of disgust. When I brought Montauk in, his face fell, and he went very pale. I'd helped folks beat Robert Montauk a dozen times or more, but I had never seen him look scared. He sat down opposite the old man, and they looked each other in the eye through the thick glass. I think the visitor might have been blind. His eyes were cloudy, but he had no cane or dog, and it didn't seem to affect how he looked at Montauk. Neither of them spoke. The seconds turned into minutes, and still they didn't say a word. They just sat there staring. Given where I work, it's really something to be able to say that I've never seen two people who hated each other as much as Robert Montauk and that old man. After a few minutes, I was all but ready to drag him out, but as I stepped forward, the lights blew. All of them at once, leaving us in the dark. I heard Pete Gordo, the warder with me on visitor duty, fumbling for the handle on the door to get help or torches. I was tense, ready to fight off Montauk if he decided to make a move, but instead, a soft voice came from out of the darkness. I didn't recognize it, but I thought it sounded like it came from the old man. And I don't think he was talking to me. You didn't think you could kill it for long, did you? That's what it said. Then Pete got the door open, and a shaft of light poured in from the corridor. I could once again see Montauk and the old man sat there, motionless. It didn't seem like they'd moved an inch, though as I went to take Montauk back to his cell, I noticed that he was crying. I didn't mention it. I'll be honest, I was kind of freaked out by the whole thing. The next few months were quiet. Montauk seemed even more subdued than normal, and often had to be goaded into exercising during his allotted time. The only point where he seemed normal was when his daughter came for her visits, and maybe that was just because he was already so used to lying to her. That was the summer we had all the plumbing problems in the ERU, and the water kept going foul, so we were all kind of on edge. But nothing really happened until it turned to autumn, and November rolled around. It was November the 1st. I remember because the date was read out so many damn times at the assorted disciplinaries that followed. The worst part of it is I wasn't even doing anything wrong that day. I was working the late shift with Pete, and we were having coffee in the break room. At least, I was having coffee. Pete was swearing at the taps because the plumbing problem we had all been assured was fixed was back, and worse than ever. The taps were disgorging a jet of foul-smelling, stagnant water. I was laughing at him, sipping my own perfectly adequate drink, when all the lights went off. It was more widespread than last time, though. It seemed like the electricity had gone off altogether. We stood there in the pitch black, waiting for the generator to kick in or for whatever power problem this was to be fixed. But after a few minutes of silence and darkness, it became clear that that wasn't happening anytime soon. In the distance, we could hear the prisoners of the Exceptional Risk Unit start to shout and holler. Their cells were locked, of course. There was nothing a power cut could do about that, but it was still up to us to keep order until the lights came back. I had hoped that the other prison officers on shift would have come by to pick us up, but they were clearly busy elsewhere. I called out to Pete, making sure he was still nearby as I fumbled in the locker for my torch. I finally found it and turned it on. The beam was so bright in the oppressive darkness that I had to blink away tears. Using the light from mine, Pete found his own flashlight, and together we headed out into the CSC. We checked each cell in turn, lying to the prisoners inside about when the power would be back, and sending them back to their beds with threats of violence. I didn't see any of the other warders around, and was starting to get really nervous. And when we had checked all the other cells, we went towards Robert Montauk's. The torch beams shot out in front of us, but as they fell upon the door to his cell, something was wrong. I wasn't quite sure what I was looking at for a second, and then I realized that his cell door was open, but the torchlight wasn't reaching the inside. As it hit the threshold, it just stopped. A clear and distinct line of darkness, beyond which nothing could be seen. From inside there came the wet sound of tearing and a low moan of pain. I wanted to run, but instead I took a step forward, and my torch died. Pete's went off as well, and we just stood there, terrified, unable to see a thing. The sounds were no longer coming from inside the cell, and that didn't reassure me as much as it might have. About 15 feet behind me, I heard Pete fumbling around, calling out my name. I was about to reply, tell him to stay where he was, when I heard something that froze my blood. Pete said, "There you are." He was not touching me. Almost immediately there was a growl from the darkness. It was throaty and raw, but at the same time sounded almost musical. Pete screamed and I heard him fall to the floor. It was at that moment that the lights came back on. We were alone. I ran to do a quick circuit of the CSC as the other prison officers arrived, but there was no one else there. Apparently there'd been some problems with the doors, and they hadn't been able to get to the main ERU cells. Pete was still on the ground when I returned, though he seemed physically unharmed. It was one of the other warders that found what was left of Robert Montauk. I took the fall for it. They didn't try to make out like I had killed him, just that it had happened on my watch and due to my negligence. They'd been trying to push me out ever since the prison inspectorate had written the CSC up for excessive use of force the year before. They really threw the book at me. Gross incompetence. It's a bitter phrase to say out loud. What was I supposed to tell them? A monster made of darkness murdered him? Pete was no help. He handed in his notice 2 hours after the lights came back on.
Wow.
I didn't even get a chance to speak to him, ask what had happened. He was just gone. I don't really have anything more to say about it. It was a clearly paranormal incident that led to the end of my career. And it's not fair. Statement ends. Prison records are very hard to acquire for the close supervision centres. Due to the small number of inmates held there, most information could be considered identifying, so the prison service tends to hide behind data protection laws when asked about them. Beyond that, many of the prison records from before the mid-2000s have still not been digitized, making follow-up on this hard. Tim hit something of a dead end trying to look up Peter Gordo, though Sasha did manage to track down the 2002 visitor logs for the whole of Wakefield Prison. It took some searching, but I managed to find what I believe to be the entry for the visit from Mr. Brown's mysterious old man. The name given is Maxwell Rayner. Martin hasn't had much luck tracking down Mr. Brown himself. According to Caroline Brodie, his ex-wife, she left him in 2004 after his dismissal from the prison service pushed him further into alcoholism and he became abusive. She says she got a single letter from him in 2009 asking for reconciliation, but she never replied. Martin says the letter was postmarked from Waterford in Ireland, but he's been unable to track Mr. Brown any further. So what is this thing that seems to have stalked Robert Montauk through so much of his life? And what's its connection to Rayner? Were they summoning it, containing it, worshipping it? Whatever the case, it seems as though Montauk earned its anger. I feel it might be worthwhile getting a few more torches for the archive. End recording. Supplemental. I confronted Sasha about the wax museum. It was just too strange to not mention. I tried to pass it off like I had spotted her accidentally while in the area for other reasons. I doubt she bought it, but she did at least give me an answer. She has a new boyfriend, or so she claims, who works there, and she likes to get lunch with him. It is plausible. And at this stage I feel challenging her to produce said boyfriend would potentially damage what trust remains between us. No luck with any of my other leads yet. But at least I have another of Gertrude's tapes. It's always going to be a shot in the dark with them, but hopefully an informative one. I know the secret to her death is on one of them, it must be. I hope I don't have to hear it firsthand. End supplement.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims, produced by Alexander.
So, a recap, because this is an important episode with important people mentioned for the show. There was an episode, I think, was it in the 30s or the 40s? Was it A Sturdy Lock? It might have been like towards the end of the 2020 episodes before we got into the 30s, I think. And it's the episode where the guy that they talked about that was in the prison in this episode, that he was a cop and he turned out to be a serial killer. And his daughter, remember, if you remember back to that episode, she talked about how the lights in the house kept bursting, right? So let me see if I can pull up which entity that is. The dark. But then I was thinking that it was the flesh, but I think sometimes the episodes or not the episodes, the entities can sort of like bleed into each other. So let me see. Actually. Oh, we are in season 2. Okay, so Robert Montauk, that was the cop serial killer. And what is the connecting episode? Ding, 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 ding. Yes, okay. No, it was in the very beginning. So that was episode 9, A Father's Love. And his daughter, Julia, which that's who was coming to visit him in prison. And I'm trying to remember. She was young when he murdered 40 people. Oh, she was 7. She was 7 when the whole episode begins. And I still feel really confused about that one because in the beginning of the episode, it's like she's going downstairs in the middle of the night and the back door was open and her mom was like gone. And I'm still trying to figure out like how those things connect to the rest of the other episodes. Oops, sorry. I keep forgetting to put the translator back up front. But there was something that they talked about in this episode where they talk about like when the power went out and the water, the gel was flooding and the water was like murky, right? So in the episode Father's Love, they talk about how the sink let out this like brackish, like dark and dirty water. And so that has to be like the lights going out and the water being dark and brackish, like that has to be something connected to that specific entity. But yeah, like that one actually kind of terrified me towards the end because if you remember, she's like hears like this like beating at the front door of the house, and it started to sound like almost like a flesh beating, like flesh like beating into the door, and like she could hear like the not the seams the seams are about to burst, but the hinges and everything, like the door weakening, and she runs out the back door. And it's like they do such an amazing job with like this buildup of her running out the door, that entity or whatever it is that's out the door beating to get in. It's like right behind her, almost breathing on her neck. And then she goes into the shed, which is where her father was committing all of these crimes at. And like it just stops everything. But she had called the police, remember, when she was inside. And because she got scared, I think. And then that is kind of what ended up getting her father caught. And he ran and then. But yeah. I still don't know what happened with the wife, though. But the pendant that she left on the church is for the People's Church of the Divine Host, which we've heard about that because that's again attached to the Rayner last name. Yep, and it talks about it at the end here as well, that he was found with the light bulbs blown out, leaving him in darkness. So yeah, okay, so it is. The entities associated with that are the dark and the hunt. So they can coalesce with each other. All right. Did I stop our timer? I did. I remembered. All right. Let's see. Episode 53, Crusader. And this one is about 23 minutes. Oh, I should have closed that, sorry. I'm just fishing. Alright, let's get our clock. And countdown begins now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay!
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives. Episode 53, Crusader.
Are you quite recovered?
Yes, I think so. Well enough to tell my story, at least.
Ah, good. Sergeant Walter Heller recording regarding a discovery made near Alexandria during Operation Crusader in November of 1941. Recording date 5th of September 1997. Any time you're ready.
Right. Where do you want me to start?
Well, you say you were serving in North Africa when it happened.
Yes, I was with the 2nd Royal Gloucestershire Hussars. We weren't even meant to be down in Libya originally, but when the pushback against Rommel started, the whole brigade was reassigned. We were going to help with Operation Crusader. Well, that was fine by me. My brother Francis had died at Arras when the Germans had pushed through the year before. Rommel had been in command then as well, and I hated him for it. I knew I'd never get to do anything about it, but I always used to carry an old picture of him I'd clipped from a newspaper, and I made sure to keep it in my pack, so I'd know him if I ever saw him again, or just in case. Well, there were 4 of us on the tank crew. Frank Malloy was in command, Ralph McClellar did the driving, and we had a loader by the name of Dickie. Well, I'm afraid I don't remember his second name. He wasn't with us very long. I was the gunner. I've always had good eyes, you see, and you really need that for the gun. It's all very well for Frank to point at a speck on the horizon and give us the order to fire, but I'm the one that needs to line up the shot close to a mile away and turn a Nazi tank into a smouldering wreck before they can do the same to us. I was good at it, though I managed to get 3 M1340s when the fighting started. I would have liked to have had a crack at the Panzer, but it was the Italians who caught up with us at Bir el Gabir, so I never had a chance. Maybe it was just as well. By all accounts, the Germans had a lot more training, so maybe it would have gone even worse for us. But I still hated having to waste time on the Italians when I knew Rommel and his panzers are out there in a desert somewhere. It was all a bit of a mess, to be honest, that battle. Our air support were meant to have bombed their airfields to rubble, but weather had kept them grounded, so we were being hounded by German planes the whole time. The Italians had unsurprisingly taken a page out of Rommel's handbook, and they backed up their tanks with heavy infantry support, while we were left almost entirely on our own. Frank took to the machine gun when he could keep it pinned down, but it was hard enough to keep our eyes on the enemy tanks without constantly having to worry about a Panzerfaust coming out of you from nowhere. We were still in the Crusader Mark I's back then, so we had the speed to keep ahead of them. But I was basically useless when we were driving, and any time we stopped long enough for me to get an eye on the Italian tank, we ended up a sitting duck for their infantry. All told, I think taking down 3 of them was a pretty good effort. You know, it was hot that day. I hadn't been in the desert more than a couple of weeks by then, and the sheer heat of the place was still something of a shock. I'm from Cheltenham, you see, so not exactly used to the blazing sun of a Libyan desert. And the Crusader, well, for all its advantages, didn't have very much in the way of ventilation, so we were spending a lot of time trapped in what was more or less a mobile oven. Even then, I could just about stand it. But once the fighting got going and the guns started firing, well, it was only a 2-pounder, but still, the heat was almost unbearable. It was about 2 hours into the battle that it happened. The gun was now so hot I couldn't touch it, and I was having to wipe a steady stream of sweat from my eyes every few seconds. The whole desert seemed to swell and sway in the heat haze, but I dimly heard Frank call an order to fire on the tank from the east. Ralph brought the Crusader to a stop, and I heard poor Dickie call from inside that we were clear to fire, swearing all the time over his burnt fingers. I could see the dark shape of an Italian gun in the distance, and was trying to get the angle right, but my vision was so hazy from the intense heat that it was hard to focus my binoculars properly. Then I saw it, a flash of light, a twinkling glint of sun from the enemy tank. In the back of my mind I knew what it meant, the sun reflecting off their own binoculars, which were trained on us, but my head was so foggy that for all the world it seemed as though they were winking at me. I tried to say something to the rest of the crew, but my mouth was too dry, and all that came out was a dull croak. It was strange, but even with the intense sunlight reflecting off that endless expanse of bright desert, I still remember seeing the flash of their gun. I didn't hear it, though. They always say that, don't they? That you never hear the shot that gets you. Well, I certainly didn't. Then I was on the ground, with Frank and Ralph standing over me. Ralph was trying to say something, but I couldn't hear it over the intense ringing in my ears. There was the smell of burning metal, and below it another scent I couldn't quite place. I tried to sit up, but there was such an intense shooting pain in my left leg as I did so that I collapsed again. A few yards away I could hear our Crusader, smoke pouring from a cracked armour. It surprised me how intact she seemed until I saw the flames creeping up from the hatch. It was then the ringing in my ears faded enough for me to hear it. The screaming from inside the tank. Dickie was still in there. I looked at my companions and saw in their faces that they heard it too. There was nothing they could have done to save the poor fool, of course. If they had trapped him in there, then getting to him would have been impossible, and trying would only have got them killed. So I had to lie there and listen to Dickie roast to death. I don't know how long it took, but it felt like hours. At some point, there must have been a retreat ordered as I saw the rest of the Crusaders pulling back. Frank managed to catch the attention of one of them, and the commander agreed to take me back somewhere the medics could get a look at my leg, although there wasn't room for us all. So they literally strapped me to the top of the tank, and we drove off, leaving Ralph and Frank to make their own way back. It wasn't until I tracked Ralph down almost 10 years later that I found they had been captured, and soon afterwards had spent the rest of the war in an Italian POW camp. Or the way they described it had been quite comfortable. But as far as I knew, at the time we were leaving them to their death. If I hadn't been so delirious with heat and pain, I might have cried. My memory of the trip back is fragmented, and I have only faint impressions of the pain which every vibration of the tank's engine sent through my injured leg as I passed in and out of consciousness. Then there was stillness, shouting. I remember a faint prick in my arm, and then a different sort of haze settled over my mind as numbness and sleep spread through my veins. The next thing I recall with any clarity is my hospital bed. I'd been taken over the border back to Egypt and had ended up in the British military hospital in Alexandria. When I awoke, it was so quiet that for a minute I had the sudden panic thought that I might be deaf. But it was just that after so many days hearing the roar of one engine or another, the peace of an almost empty hospital was so deep and serene that I couldn't understand it. When she came round, the nurse was kind enough to inform me that I was one of the first wounded to have returned from Bile-Gabir, but they were expecting more. Sure enough, over the next few days the ward filled up, and my peace slipped away beneath the steady stream of injured soldiers. I didn't mind too much, as it was still a damn sight better than rolling over the boiling desert in an iron coffin, not to mention the fact that it turned out I wasn't going to lose the leg, which is the sort of news to put you in a very good mood. The doctors told me I'd probably always have a limp, as I'm sure you've noticed, but it wasn't infected, and there wasn't the nerve damage they'd been afraid of, so all told it was a pretty good wound to get. After a few weeks, I was walking on without too much pain, and the nurses advised me to start taking the occasional walk around Alexandria. I did so, but between the locals and the army, it was a crowded, noisy place, even at night. I took to taking my walks further and further from the hospital and the city centre, and occasionally I'd find myself wandering some way beyond the city limits, at least as far as my leg would allow. It was still hot, even in late December, but beyond the edge of the city there was a peaceful quiet that I just couldn't find anywhere else. It was 2 days before I was due to return to active duty that it happened. I'd been restless all week, and I couldn't seem to settle down or focus on anything. Once I got out near Pompey's Pillar, the crowd seemed to disperse, and my mind finally cleared a bit. I kept walking, though not paying any real attention to my surroundings, until I found myself rather lost. After several hours, my leg was starting to ache badly, and I took a moment or two to rest against a nearby door. The wood of the door was old and dry, and creaked as I put my weight against it. I didn't even notice it buckling till it was too late. The next thing I knew, I was lying face down in a dingy basement, my leg screaming in fresh pain. It wasn't broken again, which was a relief, but I still had to sit there for a while, recovering from my fall. Nobody seemed to have noticed what had happened, or at least they didn't care, and I took a few moments to look exactly where I was. The basement looked old, really old. I'm not an expert on Egyptian architecture, but it didn't look much like the rest of Alexandria. More than that, aside from the now broken door, there didn't seem to be any entrance to the place, or anything connecting it to the building above. It was dry and cool, and there didn't seem to be anything else of note, except for an old grate made of brass or maybe bronze that I assumed led to the city's sewer system. It was, as I finally painfully dragging myself to my feet, that I saw it. From somewhere far beyond the grate, as the setting sun fell on it, came the glint of something round and white. It was only for a second, and I hadn't spent so long training to spot objects at distance I probably wouldn't have noticed it, but there was definitely something there. I approached the metal grate, expecting to smell the sewer beyond, but instead there came the scent of something else. All that at that point I had no idea what it was, but I would have described it as not unlike wood. I tested the grate and found it came away easily from the floor, leaving a hole large enough to climb through without any problems. I had taken to keeping a torch with me on my walks, as I sometimes had a tendency to wander too far, and so I'd be walking back in the dark. Shining it into the now open hole revealed what looked like to be an old tunnel. Whether it was man-made, a naturally occurring cave, or somewhere in between, I couldn't say, but it was easily big enough for me to walk down, and once again I saw that glint of pale white a long way down, so I went in. It was slow going, as my leg was still weak, and the floor of the tunnel was not level. I had to crouch at points and place my hands upon the dusty walls for support. After a few minutes, I was deep enough that my torch was the only source of light, and the passage began to open up into what seemed to be a larger room. It was there, in a small alcove carved into the wall, that I saw what I caught the light. It was an old papyrus scroll, lying amongst the shattered remnants of its case. I cast my torch around and saw more shelves carved into the walls of the chamber, each of which housed a scroll of its own. They were written in a language I didn't recognize, but they were old and they smelt of age and dry decay. It wasn't the only room like that. There were dozens of chambers like it, all of different shapes and sizes, connected like a warren. Some were empty, others still had a handful of old scrolls left in alcoves or fallen to the floor. It looked like the place had been looted long time ago. After checking through a few rooms, I was sure that whatever this was, it must have been a huge archaeological find. I really didn't know who to tell about it, but I knew I needed to tell somebody. As I turned to head back towards the entrance, my torch beam fell upon something dark in an adjoining room. It was a body. From the looks of it, the corpse had been dead a long time, and the dry air had almost mummified it, leaving a desiccated skin stretched tight over the bony frame. It wore what looked to be the remains of chainmail, and a black cloth tabard with a pointed white cross emblazoned on the chest. A broken sword lay nearby, now rusted almost into nothing, and as I gazed at the dead man's face, I couldn't stop a chill running down my spine. I tried to tell myself that it was just the way the skull had walked over the years that made him look like he was screaming. His eyes were gone, but rather than simply decaying into nothingness, there were ragged scratches around the edge of the socket, leaving messy, hollow pits. I was feeling very afraid now, and had just turned around to leave when my torch abruptly turned off. It was the strangest thing. It should have been pitch dark. There was no light at all filtering through into those underground caverns, but still I could see everything. Every detail of the shriveled corpse before me was as clear as day, though there was no light to see it. I can't explain it, even really describe how it felt, but it was absolute darkness and I could still see. At the same time, I suddenly got the most intense feeling of being watched, like 1,000 eyes turned to me at once. I froze. From somewhere, deeper within that strange ancient library, there was a sound of movement, the rustling of cloth, and a slow, rhythmic step coming toward me. I started to back away, towards the tunnel that had brought me there, but it was hard. The sense of being watched was getting stronger, an almost physical weight that seemed to drag me down. I reached the mouth of the tunnel just as a figure came into view. It wore what looked like the remains of an ancient robe, and in the darkness I could see long, spindly fingers stretching, probing toward me. From within its huge, flowing hood, I could see nothing except a single lidless eye. I don't know at what point I started screaming, but I know I didn't stop until I was restrained by military police, fleeing through the streets of Alexandria in the early hours of the morning. I spent another month there undergoing psychiatric evaluation before being discharged.
I see. Did you ever locate that basement again?
Well, I wanted to, but I was supervised the rest of my time in Alexandria.
Did you tell any of your superiors about it?
No, I was half convinced I dreamt the whole thing up.
And did you replace the grate?
The what?
The bronze grate over the entrance to the archive. Did you replace it when you fled?
Yes, I think I did.
One other thing. That feeling of being watched, have you ever had it since?
Well, I wasn't sure whether to say anything, but yes, I have, just now. That funny turn I took on the way down the stairs. I felt it again, All those eyes watching me.
Thank you, Walter. Now, I need to check some maps with you, but I don't think we need that on tape. Are you all right here for now?
Well, I should be.
It's unlikely to happen, but if anyone else comes down here...
I'll tell them I'm an old friend of yours, paying you a visit.
Thank you. This statement is off the record, and I don't want anyone to bother you about it further. Let's keep it between us. Well, that was certainly useful. It's taken a long time to track down someone still living who found the Serapeum of Alexandria. It's not a full confirmation of my theory about ancient iterations of the archive, but I'm certainly feeling validated for pursuing it. I'd been working on the assumption that the Great Library itself would have fulfilled the function, but it makes a lot more sense that it would have been the Serapeum offshoot. The ruins of the main Serapeum itself, near Pompey's Pillar, are quite well researched, so this could be the secret caves mentioned in certain accounts of its destruction. According to Eunapius, the destruction of the Serapeum in 391 AD was conducted by a Christian mob, emboldened by the reforms of Pope Theodosius I, attempting to drive the worship of all other gods from Alexandria. There are other accounts, however, that claim the scholars barricaded themselves inside with prisoners and retreated to hidden caverns deep below. Some even go so far as to claim the captains were tortured into the worship of pagan deities, or offered as blood sacrifices. There's even one unnamed contemporary historian that describes the mob attacking the Serapeum not as Christians, but using a phrase which roughly translates as those who sing the night. The corpse found by Mr. Heller would seem to be the remains of a Hospitaller Knight of the Order of St. John, at least based on his description of the tabard, most likely from the sack of Alexandria in 1365 by Peter I of Cyprus. While generally grouped in with the rest of the Crusades, it's generally considered to be one of the few such attacks with no religious motivation. Given this discovery, however, I do wonder if there might have been other reasons. Regardless, I have further follow-up of my own to do. My biggest concern right now is whatever creature Mr. Heller encountered down there. It was 56 years ago, but if it's still alive, I should be careful.
How do I order from the bar?
Guardian of some sort, or perhaps... Perhaps it too
This does not have integration for
once an
YouTube, which makes me
archivist.
sad. It only has Twitch integration. But you can tell me what you want, and I'll just pretend to order it for you.
Only 2 tapes so far, and already I don't know what to think. Another archive. An earlier
I got
version.
back, but I wanted to wait for it to
Might just
end.
part of the
I know
chain.
you said I don't have
A
to
long,
apologize, but I
unending
feel
string
bad.
of
It's
people who call
okay,
themselves
dear.
the archivists, stretching
Welcome
back to...
back.
Are we all destined to end up like Gertrude?
Can I
Just
have an
following the
orange
same
juice?
path?
Do I even have
I need to
that?
find out more about her.
I might
One
only have a
thing's becoming clear,
screwdriver.
Mushi did not trust the Magnus Institute, something that I can
I was
certainly
just going down to the cafe. Did you want a sandwich?
That depends. Are you going to keep hovering around me if I go to the canteen?
I just worry. You needed 5 stitches after you accidentally stabbed yourself with the bread knife.
I don't even have
If
orange
you're still
juice.
claiming that's what happened,
I am.
then you'll forgive me for worrying when you use sharp knives.
Fine.
The spiky
I'll
bark.
come with.
Spiky.
Give me a second to grab my
Spiky.
coat.
Sure.
The spiky. I can't even say.
Mr. Heller died from a stroke in 2004, making follow-up on this tape difficult. But I've found a news article
I'll
from
wait.
March 1998, 6 months after the statement was taken. It reports an explosion in Alexandria which destroyed several buildings in the vicinity of Pompey's Pillar and killed 17 people. Official investigation determined it to be a gas mains explosion, but I wonder. Gertrude Robinson is not who I thought she was. End supplement.
Sorry, that was my bad for talking through that one.
The Magnus.
So we're learning more about Gertrude now, which is his predecessor. She was the archivist before he arrived, and she has died mysteriously. But what we just heard in that interview was someone finding another archive. So Yeah. Let me go back to that episode actually. Not the podcast, but the wiki. Or no, that one. This one. So this was in Libya. So this is just like an example of like from Libya to France, like how deep this network is, that the archivists are learning and discovering about. And that's something that we learned through the show, that this isn't, as we jump through the various timelines, like we're going back to some, late 1800s. And then that episode itself, I think there's a note on here that it goes back to 391 AD. So it connects with the other one, right? Yeah, they all connect together. But this one itself, that episode itself was specifically Shy. Hi, honey. Aw, how are you? How are you? How are you, dear? Let me throw some love your way. Sayumi is the amazing producer who has done so much of the music for our space here in Somnium. So, yay. How are you? We're listening to a horror podcast by the name of the Magnus Archive. Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn our music back on while we're waiting. Oh, did I stop our timer? No. Oh, you're so sweet, honey. That was very nice. Very sweet indeed. Just finished classes and still doing some work in the industry now. Look at you. I hope this summer was like so good for you. We should catch up on Discord soon. That sounds good. I haven't been on my Discord, like, strangely, in like the last week and a half. I've been taking like a huge, well, I think just trying to get my mental together with my health and stuff. So I've like, wow, I'm sure I need to hop on and check messages. But yes, I will message you when I get on this weekend and catch up with everyone. But yes, I'm excited to talk to you. Oh, it's always so good to see your videos. I'm like, I want to be live with my DJ. That's my DJ. Go DJ. And there's my DJ. Go DJ. So it's my DJ. But yes, I'm very proud of you, dear. See, this is an example of dreams coming true. You're doing so amazing. All right. Before I lose my thought again with that the episode. So the note on this one, the post statement, that John wonders if the patterns are cynical. Walter died of a stroke in 2004. In March 1998, there was an explosion in Alexandria, very close to the location of the statement that we just listened to, which killed 17 people. And then Martin interrupts and reveals that John claimed he cut himself with a knife, rather than disclosing that that Michael had stabbed him. So, but going on more of Gertrude's discoveries, she previously suspected that the Library of Alexandria was the archive. And if you're unaware of what the Library of Alexandria is, it's a historic library, and I just actually listened to a video about this, that the everybody thinks that the Library of Alexandria just burned down. It's in Egypt, but it actually didn't burn down. Like, that wasn't like the ending of it, and it actually burned multiple times. But what actually was the ending of the Library of Alexandria happened to be because papyrus itself can only hold up, I think, for about like 80 years. So it was the maintenance of, I guess, the paper papyrus during that time period. So yes, the Library of Alexandria is in Egypt, and it is one of the largest, most significant libraries in the world. And so this is so interesting that, you know, the archive goes all the way back to the Library of Alexandria as well. So, but and then it says now Gertrude now suspects that the Serapeum must be it. So let's see. The Serapeum is let's see. Oh, it was the Greek temple built by Euergetes. Oh wait, but it says there are also signs of Hippocrates as well. And it was referred to as the daughter of the Library of Alexandria. It existed until the end of the 4th century AD. Oh my gosh, I love... Oh, it's... And it, like, so if you look up the wiki of this, it actually shows you, like, the catacombs beneath the Serapeum of Alexandria. And... let's see... That's so awesome. Like, they really did some serious research into creating this show. I love history and hearing about different histories all over the world. So that's really neat. Let me go back now. I see the catacombs. I remember what happened there. Like, isn't that amazing? It's so cool. Oh, where did the page go? Oh no. Oh, there we go. Okay. So in 391 AD, the Serapeum was supposedly destroyed by a group going under the name like those who sing the night. So that's what they were saying in the end when we were like, when I started chatting a bit over the show. So I'm sorry about that. So it says that there was supposedly an attack by this group, those who sing the night. But there are conflicted accounts. So the remains of Walter, which is the guy who was giving that account, the remains that he mentioned when he went into the catacombs are of Knight Hospitaller of the Order of St. John, probably from the sack of Alexandria by Peter I of Cyprus. So that's so neat. I just stopped by to say hello, Mira. I'm actually just on my way to pick my girlfriend from med school. Congratulations, dear, and take her out to lunch, being a wonderful partner. Good job, good job. Before I pick her up again at 7 p.m. and drop her off at home. You are so wonderful to your loves. That is something that I've always admired. You're just such a kind and caring and considerate person. So very lucky girl. Happy streaming, Mira. I love you, and I miss hearing you again. Oh, I love you too, and I miss talking to you as well too. I literally think about it. I'm like, man, I miss sitting in the server. I miss chatting it up. Oh no, I sent the robot back. Come back. I want you to fish still. But yeah, we will catch up soon, dear. And you all have a wonderful lunch. And whatever you're going to do with your day, be safe and have a good day, honey. It's like a maze, and there are things that hide behind corners. There's actually footage of something in the chasing them. Oh my gosh, that would be so terrible. Oh, you mean on the episode? So, oh wait, are you talking about real life? Because I think in the episode it was him talking about something coming after him. Yeah, he saw a figure in ancient robes with long fingers and a single lidless eye. Oh, in real life. Oh my gosh, they really had to have done some research on this show for them to have such connecting stories like that to real life stories that have happened in the same place. And I'm wondering if maybe that's how they got some of their inspiration for the different stories or actual real accounts of things that have happened in these places that may be more like ghost stories or, you know, phenomena. That's so neat. I promise I won't chat that much on the next episode. I do love talking about this show though. Like I love understanding like kind of what we were just talking about with the real life events. Like I would love if there was like a behind the scenes movie of the creation of the show. Like I think that would be just like chef's kiss. But they've done so many other things like since the Magnus Archives, and they have the Magnus Protocol after that. And again, Jonathan Sims, who's the archivist in this show, is also the narrator and Slay the Princess. So you can support them or support him by playing that game as well too. So just really great voice acting, amazing lore and world building. I really like the show. People actually are lost. Oh my gosh, that would be so terrifying. See, that's the darkness fear. That's the fear of the dark. Oh, the thunderstorm is so nice. Well, I wonder if we should take a little break right now because we haven't taken a pause at all, and it's about 2.5 hours. So let's take a quick little like get up, stretch, get snacks, do things. And it's also, yeah, it's 22 already. So please take a moment, and if you are on this side of the pond and you are getting ready to wind down for the night, if you're not going out and staying here with us, make sure that you've locked all your doors and that you've got everything as far as like candles and things blown out if you're getting ready to fall asleep here with me. And if it's time for you to take evening meds or supplements, please make sure to remember to do those things and try to have a nice warm beverage or at least a cup of water by the bedside or wherever you're going to be sleeping at. I'm going to go grab a little snack and get up. I will leave. We won't go to the BRB scene. We'll just stay here. And then I'll be back. And then we'll start again. Yay. I hope you're enjoying not just the show, but the game as well. Oh, look, somebody's throwing up in the corner. I don't know why it makes me laugh so much. Like, why are you drinking that much? Throwing up in my bar. How dare. Oh, I am. I'm glad, dear. I'm serious. We'll see how many more throw up while we go on our break. Oh, this game's so cute. All right, my dears. I'll be back. Am I back? I'm back. Okay. My cat makes me laugh so much. I'm like, why are you being such a weirdo? She comes up to me and she screams at me and then tells me, where have you been? Where have you been? And I'm like, okay, you want to be held? No, I'm gonna run away from you instead. I'm just like, why? Why do we play these games every time? I don't know why cats do that. Like, you want to be held. Why are you gonna go out of my arm's reach? And just tease me with your love. I just want to hold you. She's so cruel. Oh, I love my baby. She is a ton. Oh, we need to put stuff on the wall. It bumps up our tips. Tips. The apple. What else can you sell? Like food-wise or drink-wise? I want this spike photo. It's so much. Goals, future goals. Alright, let's just start with some of the more inexpensive items that will give. We can do the stars. They seemed like awkward. Like they don't go exactly in the middle and it's bothering my OCD. Oh, food. I will show you. Is it gonna bother a lot? Maybe if we just put it down here, it'll be okay. That's okay. Maybe you can offset it with some photos. Oh, that's the only one that's kind of like cozy over there. Or maybe this one down here. Ugh, can't. I'm gonna have to... Okay, I'll have to move it when we close it. Or when we close. I can't move it right now. Maybe we can balance it with the records. No, it's okay. We just need one more thing. We'll fix it later. We'll fix it later. We just need the bonus. All right, the yummy things that we can sell. The pixel art is so cute. So edamame, a cheese platter. I like how these are very common Western restaurant. What are they called? Appetizers. Chorizo nachos. Surf and turf tacos. These are all very common, like Tex-Mexy sort of fish and chips. And then we've got different flavors of various cultures of Asian meals as well too. And then it seems like it goes into like Italian. It seems like it's got a little bit of everything. I've never had crispy chickpeas before, but that actually sounds pretty good. Like, I kind of wish there was like a different, so I guess you can make it once you open everything up, you can choose your theme, but there's only like these last 3 rows of food. So I guess you have to change it up anyway, depending on what the customers want, but me too. Or if there was a way to, how do you, not categorize. Well, yeah, like categorize them by cuisine type. I think that'd be nice. Love the rainstorm sounds. It's such a rain girly pop. Where did our menu go? Because I do want to see what we need for food. Are we selling it? Okay, we are. Are we selling it? No, we're not. What can come off? Oh, someone still wants the salad. Oh, we can take this one off. Nobody is asking for that right now. I'll put this chicken parmigiani. We need to get the Caesar salad up there. Did we get done with that? Oh, we did. So that request is done. That's equipped. And the chickpeas. Did I take off too many meals or did we get a new slot? I guess we'll put this Raquel drink out. What is that? What is this one? The fish and chips. Here we go. That's our menu now. We've served 10,000 customers. Are we still fishing? Why aren't we fishing this whole time? The lights look really nice outside. We need to put more decorations down. This is so cute. Yay! Yeah, also, do they have strawberry milk? I don't think we have strawberry milk, no. No orange juice, no strawberry milk. What kind of establishment is this? I don't even know if I have any drink that has like a milk content. Or maybe some of these, but I'm not familiar with all of them. I'm sorry. Oh, no. We do have non-alcoholic beverages though, like the spicy margarita, the matcha hibiscus. That sounds so good to me. The berry fizz. That's kind of like maybe like a Shirley Temple. The horror. Exactly, dear. How dare they? This is an affront to society. One of my other loves that enjoys jockey milk or chocolate milk. So, respect for the lovers of milk. I can have ice cream. I don't like milk like on its own. I don't know. My tum doesn't like it. I want the manager. Wait, where's the manager's over here actually? Now somebody went and talked to him. They told him that somebody just called you boss. Now we're all in trouble. No. I think that is the manager. Let me double check now. Dang it. Oh wait, no, that wasn't the. Is that not the manager? No, that is the manager. Okay, where is he at? That's our manager. Wait, is that our manager? No, it's not our manager. Where's the manager? He's nowhere. What? Maybe I'm missing him because he's helping to serve dishes. Is that really not him? That's really not him. Don't go away. I clicked the wrong thing. Come back. I need you to fish. That has to be the manager because the manager fixes machines. Wait, let me see. Priorities. Maintenance and restock. The manager ran away. You're the new manager. It's me. That's funny. All right, let's get ready to start the next episode. That was funny. I'm the new. Look, that was another moment of being like, look at me, I'm the boss. I'm the captain of the ship. Alright, where are we? Episode 54, Still Life. Look at me. Alright, our clock is reset. And what am I missing? I got it. Let me make sure that it's not muted. Okay, there we go. And the countdown begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
Episode 54, Still Life.
The manager ran away. Almost forgot I got popcorn.
Statement of Alexander Scapelhorn regarding his evaluation of the trophy room taxidermists in Barnet. Original statement given June 23rd, 2013. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I try not to judge on appearances. I have a certain sympathy with those who find themselves instinctively reviled by those about them. Not simply because I myself am what you might generously describe as odd-looking, but because my career has taken me down the path of working for the Inland Revenue. And you should see the way people recoil from you when they find out you work for the taxman. So I try to have a little bit more depth than that, and give everyone a chance. So it was with what could be described as an aggressively open mind that I made my way to undertake an inspection of the Trophy Room, a taxidermist's shop near Woodside Park in Barnet. I have never been in any way attracted to the idea of taxidermy, aside from a few interesting examples in the Natural History Museum, but I was quite certain it didn't deserve its ghoulish reputation. Of course, I was inspecting it to ensure it wasn't being used for money laundering purposes, so if it turned out it was involved in criminal activity, I would be quite justified in any bad opinion I might care to indulge, but I didn't want to be premature. You see, the trophy room had been a staple of Woodside Park for some 30 years, but like many niche interest shops, seemed to see little real business. Its taxes were all in order, but there were very few regular customers, and most of the money that kept it in the black came from occasional large transactions that seemed somewhat excessive for the items being purchased. All hallmarks of money laundering. You'd be surprised how many businesses that you pass every day on the street are being used in a similar manner. Those shops that never seem to be open, or who cater to such a specific market, you wonder how they can break even. Well, often they can't without some illicit assistance. Now, I'm not the police. I have no power to arrest anyone, revoke any licenses, or even issue a fine without a good deal of hassle. That all comes later and from other people. My job is just to discuss their compliances and policies to prevent money laundering and examine their transactions to confirm that they're not too suspect. I find it fascinating, but I am keenly aware that the majority of the people I inspect do not share my opinion. As soon as I arrived at the trophy room, I could tell that it was going to take some time. The shop had that layer of grime that only accumulates after a business has been in place for decades without change. The painted golden letters were now a dirty brown, and the edges of the olive green awning were streaked with muck. The stuffed tiger in the window was so faded by the sun that I had to do a double take to check it wasn't a lion, so faint were the stripes. Its eyes were glassy, and one of its teeth seemed to have broken off. Even so, there was something about the curve of its mouth that drew me in, and I got so lost looking at it that I quite jumped when the bell above the door sounded its jarring clang. I looked up to see a surprisingly young man standing there. I had expected some crusty old gamekeeper type, judging by the look of the place, but instead this fresh-faced 20-something held out his hand for me to shake. I did so. The hand was firm and very dry. I asked him if he was the owner, and he said he was, introducing himself as Daniel Rawlings. Apparently the place had belonged to an old friend of his father's who didn't have much in the way of family, and when he'd passed away a few years before, Daniel had inherited it. I asked him if he was even interested in taxidermy, and he just shrugged and gestured me inside. The smell hit me as soon as I crossed the threshold. It was so thick you could almost taste it, like something had murdered a lily and it was rotting under the floorboards. Dreadful smell. I turned to see Daniel lighting a cigarette as if in acknowledgement of the odor. He just shrugged again and said it was chemicals, casting an eye over the assembled collection of taxidermied wildlife. It was then I became aware of them. Hundreds of glassy, dead eyes staring at me from all directions. A huge moose in front of me, a shelf full of squirrels along the wall, unmoving ravens attached to an old electric chandelier, and dozens of fish, mounted on plaques or sealed in fake tanks. Fur, feathers, scales, every manner and type of dead skin surrounded me, each frozen in uncanny stillness, as though they were trapped in a world where time had simply stopped. Everything except their eyes, of course. Their eyes had never been alive, and they all seemed to stare in my direction, so that to look too close at any of them was to gaze into that unseeing glass. I took a moment to compose myself and tried to remember that I had made a decision to not judge the shop or its owner based on the fact that many consider taxidermy unsettling. I could see myself becoming one of these people, and I fought very hard against the feeling of wrongness that seemed to be trying to worm itself into my mind. I forced myself to pay Daniel some vague compliment about the variety of his pieces as he lit another cigarette. I considered mentioning the smoking ban, but that wasn't really why I was there, so I just started talking about money laundering instead. He nodded and said he'd had the letter announcing the inspection and had got all the accounts and transactions for the past few years ready for me. He explained that, as he'd only taken over the business very recently, he wasn't aware of much in the way of anti-money laundering policies or procedures. This was music to my ears, as there's very little I enjoy more than taking an engaged new business owner through the basics, and in a few minutes I'd forgotten all the glassy eyes that seemed to follow me around the room. At least mostly. Daniel seemed remarkably interested when I outlined basic checks and due diligence, but it wasn't the first time. People, especially new business owners, tend to sit up and take notice when HMRC turns up for a visit. I mean, I try not to exploit my position, but people take a visit from the taxman very seriously, and it can produce some wonderfully attentive audiences. Daniel didn't seem panicked or worried, though, simply intrigued. He asked all the right questions and was always ready with a good example for any of the more abstract aspects of the discussion. All in all, he was a real pleasure to discuss money laundering with. I'd even stopped noticing the smell after a while, though I'd become aware of it again whenever he started another cigarette, something that usually happened almost immediately after he finished his last one. I can't even imagine what his lungs must have looked like. The only thing that was a touch awkward was that he seemed determined to avoid eye contact, looking at the floor or the taxidermied animals, but never directly at me. It was a little bit disconcerting, but I have a cousin with autism, so it wasn't an entirely new situation to me. Eventually the discussion ended, and Daniel talked through some of the potential policies he was going to put in place. They actually seemed a bit excessive given that he was the only person currently employed at the trophy room, but I certainly wasn't going to tell him to be less careful. I then asked if I could have a look at his books, and he nodded again and took me through to the back room. The office behind the main shop was small and very clean. Most of the space was taken up by a large oak desk, and I could see another door leading through to what seemed to be a workshop, judging by the tables and bags of sawdust. Daniel handed me his account books, bank records, and receipts and left me to it. None of it had been digitized, and I could tell it was going to take me a long time to get through it all. The smell was fainter here, though, so it wasn't quite as dreadful as it might have been. There was taxidermy in this room as well, though different to the ones out front. Hung along the back walls were pelts and treated animal skins. They looked very old. Some I recognized as Native American or African in origin, and one seemed so old I was worried to even breathe near it in case it collapsed into dust. On top of the desk, pressed up against the wall, was a mounted hare in a small waistcoat. It reminded me of the white rabbit from Alice in Wonderland, although its fur was faded and now stained a faint yellow. I found its face a bit more unsettling than the others, though I couldn't tell you why, and I tried not to look too closely at it as I went through the shop's records. It didn't look like there was any money laundering going on, which was a relief. The prices that people were occasionally paying for the stuffed creatures were very high, but I'm by no means an expert on the industry, and there didn't seem to be anything else suspicious in the books. I did wonder the sort of people he was selling to, though. From the back room, I watched 4 customers enter over the course of the day. In each case, I watched as they got more and more unnerved, before finally fleeing back out the door, trying to rationalize their fear. I sympathized. It was almost closing time when Daniel came back to check on me. I gave him the good news. He didn't seem particularly relieved, but told me he was glad to hear it. Then he laughed, and asked if I knew how honored I was. I didn't understand. He told me that I was sat here among some of the oldest skin in the world. That was how he phrased it. It put me a bit on edge, and I cast a nervous glance towards the workshop before reminding myself that I was keeping an open mind about his strange profession. Daniel started to go through the pieces on display. Buffalo skin from North America, jaguar from the South, a wolf pelt from the early Middle Ages. The hare, he said, had been part of the Great Exhibition of 1851 and had helped drive Victorian England mad for the craft. I didn't like the emphasis he put on mad when he said that. Finally, he pointed to the oldest of the pelts. He told me it was gorilla skin from Carthage, brought by Hanno in the 5th century BC, and it might just be the oldest piece of taxidermy in the world. To be honest, I didn't believe him. Even if a gorilla's hide could be preserved for more than 2 millennia, it seems an unlikely thing to be found in the back of a shop in Barnet. It was clearly very old, though, and I didn't challenge him on it. I was just about to make my excuses and go when the bell rang out at the front of the shop and a pair of obnoxious Cockney voices started to call out for Daniel. His face went blank at this, and he asked me to excuse him 1 second, abruptly leaving me in the back room alone. I heard the men say something about unloading a van, and then the bell rang again, taking Daniel with it. I was alone. I was just packing up and making some final notes for my report when I heard something. It was muffled, but definitely seemed to be words. It sounded like it was coming from beneath the floor. I looked and saw a ring pull connected to a small door I hadn't noticed, which I assumed led to a basement. The sound came again. I cast a look into the main shop to see if Daniel had returned, but it was quiet. I knew opening the door was a stupid thing to do. I can't imagine a single scenario where it would have ended well for me. But the whole place was so strange that part of me couldn't resist seeing how deep the rabbit hole went, if you'll pardon the joke. So I opened the door. It did indeed have a flight of stairs disappearing down into what seemed to be a basement. If there was a light switch, I couldn't see it. It was impossible to see anything beyond the first dozen steps or so. The light that filtered through from the dim bulb behind me did illuminate one thing, though. A face. I couldn't make out any details, but it was pale and swayed ever so slightly from side to side. The body below it was shadowed and hidden, but it seemed to stare up at me as it moved. It spoke, the cadence identical to what I had heard through the wooden door. "We've got one down here. Come on, I'll show you." It was so flat, almost mechanical, it felt about as much like genuine speech as the wind flowing through a cracked rock sounds like a flute being played. Which is to say, they may sound almost identical, but only one of them is made by a living human. I started to say something to call out, but my voice died in my throat slightly as the face retreated back into the basement. "We've got one down here. Come on, I'll show you." I turned and walked very briskly into the main shop. I was now fully terrified and could feel the cold sweat dripping off my forehead. In the doorway stood Daniel. He asked if I was all right with a smile that made my stomach drop, and at last he looked me in the eyes. I recognized the glassy stare, the same eyes that gazed at me from 100 sawdust-filled sockets around the room. When they all began to move, I nearly broke down. If I had, I have no doubt that I would be dead. Or maybe far worse. Instead, I had a sudden rush of adrenaline and charged into Daniel, knocking him sprawling to the floor in surprise. It was like hitting a sandbag. His two Cockney friends were too slow to grab me before I was off down the road. I may not look it, but I can move at a fair pace when I need to. And I did so for almost an hour before I finally felt safe enough to stop. I was very lucky, you know. I had the foresight to gather all my notes before I opened the basement door. It meant I didn't have to return. I could simply write them up a glowing report and never think about it again. Save for giving you my statement, of course. That's exactly what I did. After all, whatever all that other stuff was, they weren't laundering money. Statement ends. It was with some trepidation that I made the discovery that the trophy room is still in business, and still under the proprietorship of Daniel Rawlings. It's the sort of lead we never get in these cases, still active and available for investigation. However, given the events detailed here, I had some very serious reservations about sending anyone to investigate. I may not entirely trust my assistants, but I won't lose them. Eventually, Sasha volunteered. I warned her it might be dangerous, but she did seem very keen. It turned out to be rather a letdown in the end. Sinister as the taxidermy was, there was apparently no figure in the basement, which Rawlings was happy to let her investigate, nor any obvious weirdness to any other aspect of the shop. Rawlings denies any memory of specifically Cockney delivery men, but I'm sure I don't need to spell out my suspicions there. There's nothing we can prove, and if he doesn't want to talk, there's precious little we can do to change his mind. He also denies being the same Daniel Rawlings who disappeared from Edinburgh in 2006. He allowed Sasha to take a photograph of him, and I've been comparing the pictures available for the Daniel Rawlings who disappeared. It's the strangest thing. They're different heights, different builds, different shapes to the face, but their hair is identical. Their eyes, on the other hand, are not, and I find it hard to credit that they could be the same person. Another dead end. End recording. Supplemental. I broke into Gertrude's flat. I was doing some digging when I discovered that her home had not yet been re-let. A quick discussion with the agent confirmed that there were some legal delays due to the manner of her disappearance and death, and she was paid up for the next 6 months. So they hadn't yet cleared it out. So I broke in. It wasn't easy, and the window meant that I didn't get a lot of time before I heard sirens, but I think I got away with it. I learned a few things from this. Firstly, Gertrude lived a very minimalist existence. There was nothing in the kitchen except tea bags, a pot, a kettle, and a single mug. Her bed was neatly made, and she had a single bookshelf filled with an array of volumes, mostly on history. Judging by the bag I found nearby, I think she must have gotten rid of books once she had read them. She didn't own a television, but I did find something that piqued my interest. A laptop charger. There was no sign of the computer that went with it, but the indication that she might have owned one has inserted itself rather high on my priorities list. Still, her home has given me little information in and of itself, though it continues to prove that my impressions of Gertrude could hardly have been less accurate. I'm starting to feel like the only correct assumption I made about her was that she probably liked tea. Oh, and I looked through a handful of books on her shelf. They were very well taken care of, with the exception that any time a person's face was featured on the cover, their eyes had been cut out and very carefully removed. End supplement.
Oh my gosh. Their eyeballs on the cover were removed. I'm glad I went back and re-listened to some of these all the way. Because it makes sense. Like, there's things that I think when I listened to it the first time that I didn't really catch on to, but then like listening to it again, I'm like, oh my gosh. And I can't say anything about it because it'll spoil it. But well, I'm trying to think. Well, I mean, they have had we have listened to episodes already that have been talking about like being watched, like the fear of being watched, right? So imagine being so afraid that you even cut out the eyes on book covers. I'm trying to see what are the entities. Okay, so one of the yeah, it's very crazy, right? So I think the first episode of the whole series is called The Anglerfish, and it kind of talks about like a figure in the alley that arms don't look too right, and it kind of looks like it's hovering there, but it's a dark alley in the middle of the night, and you're drunk, and the main character is drunk, and like he can't really tell, but the person asks asks for a cigarette, and he at least had the caution to not not give it to him. But so that entity is the stranger. And yeah. And again, like there's many of these episodes that have been talking about like skin collection, like that episode that we just specifically talked about. And that ties into to later episodes as well too. It's a mystery. Oh, I forgot to start our timer again. All right, episode 55, pest control. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
Episode 55, Pest Control.
Say it again, please.
Excuse me?
What you just said, can you say it again so I have it on tape?
Oh, okay. Jane Prentice is dead.
You're sure? Completely?
Yeah, I watched the incineration.
And there were no complications?
Like what?
Surviving worms that escaped. Movement from the body during incineration. Noises from it, like screams or chanting. Weird feelings, like 1,000 tiny crawling things are moving across your skin.
Wow, no, nothing like that. Just the smell, but, I mean, I'll get to that. It went well. Nothing left but the ashes I gave to your friend. Which I shouldn't have, by the way, so keep it to yourself.
Of course. And thank you.
Sure.
It's been months, though. Why are you just looking to make your statement now?
Well, it's not just burning her body. It was also the one that was first called in to deal with the nest in her old apartment.
Oh.
Yeah. But there are a few things I've been thinking about. Putting some pieces together, and I thought, well, you guys should probably know.
Right. Well, start from the beginning, whenever you feel comfortable. Statement of Jordan Kennedy regarding...
Several weird things I've found while working in pest control.
Statement taken direct from subject, 3rd November, 2016. Statement begins.
I've worked as an exterminator for the better part of 10 years now. I should say pest controller, really. The BPCA generally advise against using the E word. They feel it sounds a bit too unpleasant. Harms our public image. I've never really minded. I mean, I guess I could say killing things is sort of exerting control over them, but I've always felt that trying to sanitize my job is somehow a bit dishonest. Like trying to help people forget that what they're actually doing is commissioning the deaths of creatures which we've deemed too disgusting or unhealthy to live. It needs doing, don't get me wrong, and I'm happy enough to do it. But it isn't my job to hold people's hands and make them feel better about it. I've done places all over London. Mainly big commercial buildings where I have to work at night while all the bankers and the like have gone home. Setting traps, putting down poison boxes, the usual. Residential homes don't call me out quite as much for rats and mice, especially if it's a rental place. Most landlords don't bother paying out for that sort of thing or try to deal with it themselves. You get a lot of calls about bed bugs, though. Those little bastards are a devil to get rid of, and of course come summer we have to deal with plenty of wasps' nests. Sprinkle in a generous handful of cockroaches, ants, and occasionally even birds or foxes, and you have a pretty good idea of what my working life consists of. Pretty normal. Got my first weird call about 5 years ago. It was ants, or so I was told, down in Bromley. The house itself looked like a pretty standard suburban home. Maybe a bit more run down than its neighbours, but nothing particularly unusual about that, especially if they were calling me in. There was no car in the driveway, and the blinds were all drawn despite the summer sun. It didn't look like there was anyone home. I found out later that it had actually been one of the neighbours that called me in, a woman named Laura Starr. But at that point, I was still expecting to be met by someone at the house. I knocked on the door, but obviously there was no answer. Now, I always wear gloves when I'm on the job, and when I noticed my hand, I noticed a very faint sheen where the thin leather had touched the wood. It seemed to be some sort of oily residue. I was feeling less comfortable with the job by the second. I couldn't hear anything from inside, so I knocked again. The woman who hired me had said to let myself in, but I didn't want to just waltz in unannounced. After a few seconds of silence, I tried the handle, and sure enough, the door opened. There were no lights on the inside, and the place seemed almost completely empty of furniture. I could see faint movement on the wooden floor as I looked around for the light switch. I found it quickly enough, and flicked it on to reveal exactly what I'd expected. Ants. I just hadn't expected that many, and there were so very many of them. To this day, I've never seen more ants inside a building at once. There must have been thousands carpeting the floor and swarming over the walls. I drew my hand back from the light switch as I noticed dozens of them crawling around it. Even the bulb seemed to be covered with them, causing the light in the room to be covered with twitching shadow. The house itself didn't look much better. Wherever there was a gap in the ants, I could see that same oily rot, and I couldn't escape the idea that the building was somehow sick. Now, I've seen plenty of disgusting things in this job, but I reckon that moment was one of the most intense. I fled briefly back to my van to decide on my next move. Normally, I'd leave out some poisoned bait for them to take back to their colony, eliminating the problem at its source, but an infestation that bad, well, that doesn't come from nothing. I needed to get a sense of exactly what I was dealing with. Even from the road, I could see a steady stream flowing out the open door and over the step. I kitted up with pesticide spray and headed in for a closer look. I wouldn't normally bother using spray on ants, but this wasn't normal, and the formula I was using worked on ants just fine. That said, I didn't actually see any of them die. I wouldn't have expected to immediately anyway, and what was important is that wherever I sprayed, they fled, clearing a path of discoloured floor for me to walk. It was slow going, but I got through most of the ground floor like that, and didn't see anything except more ants. No people, no furniture, nothing. At least until I reached the kitchen and saw the fridge. There was nothing else in that kitchen. Even the sink had been removed, leaving just the water pipe sticking out of the wall like rusty, diseased bones. But up against the far wall stood an old fridge. Its once white skin was now a jaundiced yellow, and I couldn't quite shake the feeling that it was pulsing ever so gently. A thick black mass of ants swarmed from the crack in its door, and I had no doubt that whatever was at the heart of this incredibly unpleasant situation, it was going to be in that fridge. So, I decided it was probably a good idea to step outside for a cigarette before I opened it. The air outside seemed much fresher as I left the house. I walked a few yards away from the door so that I wasn't too close, and then I lit up. It was as I took the first drag that I saw a car pull up to the driveway. It was a small red compact, and the license plate seemed to indicate that it had only been bought the year before. But even so, I could see the rust starting to bubble the paint near the edges of the panelling. I watched as the door opened and a man stepped out. He was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, but it was hard to be sure of his shape inside the huge brown suit he was wearing. He took one look at me, then the sign on the side of my van that read Kennedy Pest Control, and his face began to crease with rage. I took another drag on my cigarette. I was uneasy about the whole situation, was waiting to see what the strange-looking man would do. He walked up to me, great strides that brought him close enough that I could see the unhealthy gloss of sweat on his skin. Was everything here sick? He leaned in far closer than I was comfortable with and demanded to know what I was doing. I told him that the homeowner had hired me to take care of an ant infestation and I'd been doing a preliminary sweep. He started to shake his head violently, saying that he was the homeowner. This was his house and I had no business being there. Well, those weren't his exact words. What he actually said was that I had no business plying my vile trade on his property. I was about to get out my phone and call the woman who hired me when his hand shot out without warning and grabbed me by the throat. He lifted me off my feet with a strength that terrified me, and I was very glad that, even with the hood down, my protective suit kept my neck covered. I could feel his hand through the thick plastic. It was hot, like he was running some incredibly high fever, and I started to panic. He held me there, almost a foot off the ground, and my vision began to swim as he squeezed my throat. As I struggled for breath, I flailed for something to fight him off with, and realised that I was still holding my lighter. With a degree of composure that, looking back on it now, still surprises me, I flicked the lighter on and raised it to just below his arm. The result was a lot more dramatic than I expected. His loose brown suit sleeve caught almost immediately, and within a few moments his whole arm was alight. He helped and dropped me onto the ground as he began to flail about, trying to stop the fire spreading further across his body. I staggered to my van. By then it didn't matter who the rightful owner of that house was, I was done with that job. It was as I was climbing into the van that I smelled it. It is the most disgusting thing I have ever encountered. Halfway between sun-cooked roadkill, stale sweat and rotten eggs with just a hint of burning rubber. And underneath it all is that undefinable scent of sickness. You know that smell you get when you enter a room where someone's been ill for several days? No matter what else it smells like, beneath it all there's that vague but undeniable whiff of disease. That's what this man smelled like as he desperately tried to extinguish his burning flesh. I drove away, trying not to gag, and I didn't look back. I didn't call the police either, as I felt they might not look too kindly on me, setting a man alight, even if he did attack me. I assume he didn't file a report either, as no one ever turned up to question me about it. So that was the first time I encountered that smell.
I see. And the other time was when you burned Jane Prentice?
Not just. I mean, I didn't actually see her. The incineration was the first time I ever saw her in person. But a couple of years ago, I was called in to deal with a wasp's nest. That's what the landlord had called it on the phone, at least. Apparently it had injured one of his tenants earlier that day, and I was the first pest control service he had called that was free immediately. He didn't tell me the name of the tenant, though obviously I now know who it was. He didn't give me any real details on the phone, but he seemed happy to pay the emergency call-out charge, so I bundled up my wasp gear and headed out to Prospero Road. It was a bit strange to get a call about wasps at that time of year. It was late February or early March, I think, and still quite cold. Still, if it was a warm enough building, they could easily be getting active. Regardless, I made sure to check over the thick suit I used for that sort of job to make sure there was no weakness or damage. If they were aggressive enough to injure someone, I wasn't going to take any chances. The landlord's name was Arthur Nolan. He was a short man with a constant scowl, thinning white hair and a well-chewed cigar. It looked like his denim shirt had once contained quite an athletic build, but it had long since settled. He looked me up and down as I left my van, and I saw his mouth twist briefly in irritation. Clearly, he wasn't impressed. I gave him the usual talk through what was going to happen, and he nodded absently before pressing the keys to flat 4 into my hands and pointing me towards it. If I needed anything, he said he'd be in flat 1 where I lived. I advised him and the other tenants to stay out of the building while I was dealing with the wasps, but he just grunted and told me again that he'd be in flat 1. The other tenants had apparently already left. I loaded up on Ficam D insecticide and headed in. It was a lot quieter than I expected. By the time I was outside flat 4, I would normally have expected to be hearing the buzzing sound of wasps, but the evening was quiet. I opened the door slowly, no sudden movements that might alarm anything on the other side, but again, the flat seemed to be empty. It looked like there'd been some chaos, though, with books and clothes strewn across the floor and a shattered TV screen in the corner. I found the ladder up into the loft space in the centre of the bedroom. It was quite small, and climbing in my bulky suit was tricky, but I got up there. Still no wasps, but it was very dark, so I rooted around again until I found the switch to a single bare bulb. The light was very faint, but enough to make out a thick, pulpy lump up against the far wall. It certainly didn't look like any wasp's nest I'd seen before. I mean, the shape was familiar enough, but the texture of the surface was way off. It seemed a lot less papery than would have been normal, and the walls were less regular, going off at odd angles and making it kind of hard to look away. The whole thing was spongy, pocked with tiny holes, and generally looking very unhealthy indeed. And most disconcerting of all, there were still no wasps. None of this changed the job I had to do, so I figured I'd start off like any other wasp's nest and see if it worked. I reached forward, staying as far from this thing as the nozzle would let me, and I pushed it into one of the larger holes. It sank in with almost no resistance at all. I took a deep breath and pulled the trigger, spraying the insecticide dust deep into the mass. The effect was immediate. The whole thing started to pulse and spasm, the spongy flesh of it throbbing and bubbling like some sort of vile putty. It began to grow in size, blossoming out and covering the rest of the nozzle, reaching out for me. And then it began to scream. Not the sound of air escaping or a buzzing that sounded like screaming. The weird nest thing was letting out a long, warbling cry of anger and pain. I dropped the pump and was down the ladder so fast I almost fell into the flat below. I could still hear it as I reached the door to the corridor. I threw it open, only to be confronted by the face of Arthur Nolan, the landlord, staring at me with a look of disappointment. He nodded and began to walk down the hall. I followed him, desperate for answers, but he just ignored my questions about what the hell was going on, what that thing was, and kept walking down the stairs to his own flat. At one point, he shook his head and mumbled something about hoping it wouldn't get this far, but he didn't seem to be saying it to me. As soon as the door opened, I became aware of how uncomfortably warm Flat 1 was. The air was thick and dry and made my throat feel a bit scratchy. The landlord continued to ignore my presence and walked over to an old armchair in the centre of the room. As he did so, he started to unbutton his denim shirt. More so than anything else that had happened, that was the thing that finally stopped me in confusion. I couldn't understand what he was doing. As he sat down, his shirt flapped open, and I saw what looked to be an intricate scar on his chest. If I had to guess what it was, I'd have said it looked like a stylized flame, but it also made me think of a face contorted in pain. Time seemed to move slowly as he reached for the ashtray on the arm of the chair and picked up a pack of matches. He struck one, and without even looking at me, he gently pressed the small flame to the centre of the scar. His flesh caught fire immediately, the flames spreading across his body like rippling water. The armchair caught, then the floor, and then I was running out of the building before the rolling inferno covered me as well. This time, I didn't drive away. I stood there, and I watched it burn until the fire brigade arrived. It was when the fire hit that attic space at the top floor, where I knew that awful nest still sat. That was when I smelled it. The same grotesque stench that had come from that oily, fevered man 3 years before. At the time, I didn't really connect the two. I was too busy trying to comprehend what had just happened. And when trucks from the ECDC showed up to put me in quarantine, it slipped my mind entirely. They were surprisingly forthcoming about Jane Prentice and what had happened. And after an extensive debriefing, they actually offered me a job. Apparently, disease control and pest control often go hand in hand, and I've been working for them since. Most of the jobs have been mundane, a couple slightly weird, but nothing like those two.
So why make your statement now?
When I helped incinerate her body, I smelled it again, like before. Took me a while to piece the two together, but I thought you should know.
Are you saying there might be more out there like her?
God, I hope not. I don't know. The man from the ant house, he wasn't like her, not at all. But that smell when they burned, I think they're connected somehow. And that scares me.
Yes. Yes, it rather scares me too. Mr. Kennedy's statement has left me somewhat rattled. While I am always glad of any further closure to the case of Jane Prentice, this seems to come with the rather serious caveat that she might not have been working alone. No, that doesn't sound right. Jane Prentice, or whatever this flesh hive was that took her, does not seem like the sort of being that would work well with others. The house in Bromley was torn down last year, but Martin managed to locate the ownership records. It was listed as belonging to John Amherst. The dates aren't entirely clear as to whether this was just before or just after he apparently took charge of Ivy Meadows nursing home, but there can be no doubt that it was the same person. All the ownership records from the ant house lead to dead ends or deactivated bank accounts. It doesn't sound like he's another flesh hive. And yet... no connection except disease and insects, and a foul smell when they burn. Jane Prentice is dead, but this is a long way from over. End recording. Supplemental. I don't have much to report, actually. It's been Halloween week, which means the research department is always inundated with statements. Most of them are patently false, but the volume means that they've called in the archive to assist with the overflow. It's been nice, actually. Disproving piles of nonsense felt good. Like real work, not just driving myself to distraction with conspiracy theories and paranoia. I even got a good night's sleep. I miss those days. End supplemental.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a creative...
Okay, I'm going to play that man's voice that was just speaking. That's Alexander J. Newell. I'm going to play his voice again. And when we get to one of the characters that he voice acts, I won't pause the show, but I'll like call back to it later, because I think it's probably is such an inspiring voice actor to have such a dynamic power to voice in the way that they do for the character for the show that I'm going to talk about. It's like really amazing. Just like how. All right. The next episode is Children of the Night. Why did I pause our game in such a strange place? Isn't the garden starting to look so pretty? I like how the watering sprite is just like vomitous. All right. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 56, Children of the Night.
Continued statement of Trevor Herbert regarding the latter years of his career as a vampire hunter. Original statement given July 10th, 2010, audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Note: several pages are missing from the file around the time that he apparently did not die of lung cancer in the Institute. Statement resumes. She died in the end. Sad old thing, but she didn't deserve that. Always wondered what would have happened if I'd gotten there a bit sooner. Trouble is, once they've really got their teeth into you, you're as good as dead even if they don't drain you. Gushing on the floor or bloating a vampire's belly doesn't make much difference to the poor fool bleeding out. I often wondered if I was mad, you know. I mean, no one else seems to have seen these things, and I've found plenty across my life. Perhaps I just got the smell of them.
like no one else ever really got away, and my early escape from Sylvia MacDonald gave me a sense that could pick them out. There's a sharpness to them. They're hunters. But over the years, I've become a hunter as well, and maybe predators recognize each other. All I know is these days I can almost smell the blood coming off them. That's not to say I can't be wrong, though. I can be very wrong indeed. I found Allard Dupont in the summer of 1982, and murdered him shortly afterwards. I use the word murder here where I have not before, because he was the only one I've killed I know to have been human. In most ways, I regret his death. But there is a certain comfort to it. If I was just a serial killer with a hallucination, I don't see why my mind wouldn't have made Dupont a vampire as well. The fact I was able to kill normal people reassures me that the creatures I hunt are real. Do you understand? That's not to say that the death of Allard Dupont wasn't the result of several extremely bad decisions on my part. In the early 80s, I was deep in the grip of my twin addictions. As I mentioned, after a while, the hunt became an addiction of its own. Of the two, I have always found heroin the easier one to quit. Heroin is calm. It's a small chunk of peace in a world that's full of nothing but hard edges. It's hard to put that down permanently. But the hunt is a purpose. It's not just a way to get through the day, it's a reason for there to be a day at all. I tried to give it up for a while after Dupont, but it burned in me far deeper than any itch I got when I was clucking. Back in 82, though, those addictions were running pretty much unchecked. It had been several years since I'd last found a vampire, and every waking moment I wasn't high was spent in keen lookout for anything suspicious. I was in bad shape physically. I'd acquired an infection from injecting between my toes, which would eventually hospitalize me and lead to my losing 2 of them, though I luckily kept the foot. At that point, though, it just slowed me to a limp and caused me a reasonable amount of pain. Perhaps if I'd been faster, able to keep up with Dupont more easily, I would have realized my mistake. Perhaps if my mind hadn't been so fogged with Brown, I might have figured it out, or perhaps if I hadn't been so dead eager to kill another vampire. Any of these might have saved him. Maybe even if he'd had a name that didn't make me think of Dracula. But none of those things were the case, so dwelling on them is pointless. I don't know if Dupont was technically a mute or not. I've had no real experience with the condition, and he didn't seem to have any problems with his hearing. Either way, I never saw him speak, which by now I'm sure you know is what I would consider a significant warning sign for vampirism. A friend of mine I'd shared a shelter with some weeks before, and who shared a similar weakness for narcotics, had mentioned how amazing it was that his dealer was always able to know exactly what he was after without either of them saying a word. In retrospect, I should have realized that this didn't exactly match the vampires I'd met before, who'd never displayed any sort of mind reading. But I was aching for a kill. The kid who told me this was a weird one. Must have been about 19 years old. Told everyone his name was Stanley Kubrick. He was always making references to his film career, and I was never able to figure out if it was actually his real name that he happened to share with the director, or if it was just some weird joke he was really committed to. What struck me about him more than that, though, were the scars on his neck. I later discovered they were from a dog attack when he was younger, but at the time I was convinced they were connected to Dupont. So I found where Allard Dupont made his handovers in Piccadilly Gardens, and I started to watch. He was surprisingly brazen about it, sat there on a park bench for hours, smoking or reading some magazine or other. I'd never seen a vampire read a magazine before, but I had seen them pantomime watching television or reading a book to better blend in, so it didn't raise any suspicions for me. Then came the moment that fully convinced me that I had to kill Dupont. As he sat there on the bench, 2 policemen walked past me, heading towards him. They took no notice of me. Nobody notices a tramp. But as they walked up the path towards the figure on the bench, one of the police nudged his partner and gestured towards him. They clearly considered him suspicious and began to walk over. As they got close, though, Dupont looked up and made eye contact with them. They stopped, just for a moment, and he nodded gently. The policemen looked at each other, turned, and walked away. That was all I needed to be sure of what he was. The idea I have come to since, that the two police officers were simply on the take and hadn't immediately recognized him, didn't occur to me until much later. It was an overcast day, and it seemed to me that Dupont was keeping in the shadows, just as I thought he would. I kept watching as he made a few more transactions. I was craving a hit of my own by that point. There was a much more intense rush I was chasing just then, and it pushed all thoughts of junk to the back of my mind. Eventually evening fell, and I watched Dupont rise from his bench and make his way down into the town centre, keeping downwind of him and sticking to the shadows. Obviously the darkness would be no impediment to him spotting me, but I'd learned that, inconspicuous as a homeless man might be, it's still always best to be seen by as few witnesses as possible. I figured he was heading towards a nightclub or dance hall, a favourite haunt of the vampire, since the loud music makes their lack of speech that much easier to hide. I was right, in as far as he headed towards the Hacienda, one of the loudest clubs in Manchester. It wasn't as notorious then as it would later become. In fact, I think it had only recently opened when all this happened, but even at its worst, it would probably have drawn the line at allowing me entrance, given the state I was in. So I watched Dupont head inside, adopting my camouflage of softly asking passers-by for change, and waited. It was about 2 hours later that he emerged, another man following close behind him. I didn't recognize them. I mean, there's no reason I should have, but Dupont's new friend was almost as big as he was. Vampires tend to go for the smaller victims, those less able to defend themselves should the initial surprise of their attack not be enough. This one really looked like he could take care of himself. Still, as far as I was concerned, he had no idea what was about to happen to him, and as Dupont led him down a nearby alley, I hurried after them. I was quiet as I limped through the rubbish that covered the alleyway, and I silently drew my trusty hammer. After a minute, they turned into a doorway and took out a key. The door opened, and they both stepped inside. I had a sudden alarm at the thought of getting locked out and being unable to reach him. Forgetting stealth, I grabbed the door and flung it open. They turned to face me. I charged in with a cry, slamming the hammer into Dupont's shoulder and knocking him to the ground with a sickening crack. I will never forget the moment I heard Allard Dupont scream. It was such a piercing sound, and something I'd never expected. In a moment, everything I'd built up in my head over the past couple of days shattered, and I felt a sudden panic at what I'd done, what I was doing. His friend screamed as well and started to run back out the door. I don't know if he got a good look at me. Given the police never came around to question me, I guess not. Dupont was still screaming, that horrid sound overriding all other thoughts. Blood was streaming from his face where it had hit the ground, and I didn't know what to do. I had to get out of there, but that noise was too much. I couldn't focus, couldn't do anything. So I hit him again. Hard. In the head. And then he was quiet. And everything was horribly still. He just lay there. I have never felt anything like the shame and disgust I felt at that moment. I tried to burn his body more out of habit than anything else, but it didn't really take, and I fled out into the street before the police arrived. After that, I spent over a decade in a very serious spiral. I don't remember much of it, except that I spent most of it so high that looking back, I'm genuinely astounded I never OD'd. I only snapped out of it in '96, when a chance encounter with a creature that called itself Hannah Edwards led to my saving a young woman from becoming its dinner. I won't bother with details. It was very similar to my hunt for June Lewis, except that the victim made it out alive this time. I wonder why it is that I only ever seem to find them just before they attack. It can't be that they spend every night feeding. The world will be a bloodbath. Maybe they just blend in better when they're not on the hunt and I don't spot them. Or maybe they hibernate. It's not a question I think I'll ever be able to answer, but it does mean that there is always an urgency to the hunts that has, for the most part, stopped me doing much investigation into them. Hannah was my 5th confirmed vampire, and the last one, assuming I don't find another before the cancer takes me. I really considered myself retired, resting after a life spent defending the world from the darkness. Because that's what I thought it was, you know? Vampires were what lurked in the dark. The only thing that lurked in the dark. Last year, though, just before my diagnosis, I met something that made me rethink this. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that winter's a hard time to be homeless. Doesn't matter how many times you've done it, when that first cold wind blows through you, it's like some awful debt coming due. The last one was really bad. A bunch of the shelters I normally hit up had closed up shop, and those that were left tended to fill up fast. I do pretty okay, given I'm a well-known face and all that, but I still felt the pressure to scrape enough cash together to secure my spot early. Even then, there'd be a couple of times a week that I still ended up in the cold. My old bones don't do so well at that these days, so I was keeping quite a close eye on the comings and goings around the night shelters of Manchester, and after a few weeks I started to notice something strange. Several times, at a couple of different shelters, I watched one of the sleepers get up in the middle of the night, gather their possessions and walk out into the freezing streets of the city. To see it happen once would have been strange, but to see it happen several times was surreal. I was sober at the time, so I couldn't even pass it off as a trick of the mind. Even stranger, every time it happened, within 10 minutes, a woman would walk in and take their place. It was the same one every time. She must have been about 40 and slender, though her clothes bulged a bit in odd places. Her face was lined from what I could recognize as a hard life, and a thin layer of grime matted her hair. She looked pretty normal for the place, and I could even write off the distant, neutral expression as the sort of trauma all too common among my people. That's why I didn't pay her any mind the first time it happened, or the second. When I noticed it happening a third time, I finally started to pay attention, though I didn't approach her immediately. I did ask about her the following morning, but even the staff didn't seem to know anything. I decided to keep a lookout, and if she turned up again, I would confront her. Well, she did. It was late January when it happened, about 2 in the morning, just when the night was at its coldest. I saw one of my fellow sleepers get slowly out of bed. His name was Craig, I think. I didn't know him well. He was a seasonal drifter, and we'd only occasionally crossed paths. Well, he walked out without a sound, gathering up his belongings quietly and leaving an empty bed. I waited, wide awake, hand on my knife, breathing steady. Sure enough, a few minutes later, in she walks, no backpack or gear of any sort, and sat on Craig's bed. I stood up and walked towards her. As soon as she saw me, her posture changed and she became defensive, although the expression on her face never changed from that blankness. I started to introduce myself and ask how come she was taking over Craig's bed when she locked eyes with me. The weirdest sensation began to flow through me. I wanted to leave. It wasn't like with a vampire, where I would feel like I'd been spoken to. This was just a sudden awareness of my own desire. I'd been sober for 3 years at that point, but I felt like I desperately wanted to get high, and I knew that the best place to get some was out in the night. Looking back, I think it might have been my own mind rationalizing the way I felt my will being tugged out of the room, but it was still very powerful. If I hadn't had a lifetime's experience identifying and fighting off the effect of the vampire's gaze, I probably would have done it too. But I did, so I stood my ground. There was a long pause as that woman gazed levelly at me. Then she broke into a run, through the door and out. I followed. It didn't matter to me whether she was a vampire or not. There was something wrong, and I wanted to find out what was going on. I chased her out into the road. It was cold and still, and if anyone saw us, they didn't make a sound. She ran strangely, more like a spasm than smooth steps, and her arms shifted in weird ways as she moved. I'm not as spry as I once was, and my lungs are obviously shot, but I managed to keep pace with her. I could feel it in my blood. It was a hunt, and I always felt stronger on a hunt. Finally, I got close enough to grab her by the arm. My fingers locked around her elbow, and then they sort of sunk inside. They didn't go through the skin or anything, but it sort of shifted beneath my fingers, like when you squeeze an uncooked sausage. And I could feel movement from inside the arm itself. It wasn't a vampire, but it definitely wasn't human. With its other arm, it took a wide, sweep-in swing at me, but I was prepared and ducked below the flailing punch. I got out my knife to try and threaten the thing, maybe get it to answer some questions, but I misjudged the draw and ended up slashing it slightly across its stomach. It wasn't a deep cut, or a long one, but apparently it was enough. The whole body began to shudder, as tiny shapes began to stream out of the wound. Spiders. Thousands and thousands of spiders. She opened her mouth at last as if to scream, and more poured out, tens of thousands of skittering legs and evil little eyes. I screamed and started to back up as the dark shapes pooled around her feet and spread out in a twitching circle. For a second I was worried they were coming for me, but then they just scurried off into the shadows and crevices of nearby buildings, until the street was empty of everything except this woman. She was still standing upright, but from the open mouth, I could see that her body was completely hollow, save for a few cobwebs that I could just make out under the streetlights. I ran the hell away. And that's the last creature I encountered. That's my whole story. You're welcome to it. When I thought it was just vampires about, I might have given you people a miss as a bunch of kooks. But if there's other stuff around out there, well, maybe you know more about it than me. And maybe you could use a bit more information on vampires. It's a shame I'm on the way out. I will miss the hunt. Statement ends. Well, this is certainly a surprise. Martin informed me that Mr. Herbert passed away after making his initial statement, so it is rather a shock to find this misfiled addition to his original, even if it is partially incomplete. What's more, actually checking the hospital and death records for both London and Manchester, I can't find any record of Mr. Herbert's death. Then again, I can find no record of him alive either, after the date of the statement. The idea that he could survive 6 years with untreated late-stage lung cancer is implausible, to say the least. And yet, Allard Dupont's death appears to match the statement in most of the particulars. He had a half-dozen convictions against him for various drug charges or violent misdemeanors, but nothing exceptional. I can't find any indication of muteness, but aside from that, everything checks out. As for the spider person, the only proof of its existence seems to be that I am far too unlucky for it to simply be an old tramp's hallucination. I need to have some words with Martin. End recording. Sit down.
What is...
Sit. Why did you lie to me about Trevor?
What?
Why did you tell me he was dead?
Sorry, who's Trevor?
Trevor Herbert, the tramp, the vampire hunter. You told me he died.
But I mean, he did, didn't he?
Apparently not.
Oh, well, sorry.
Sorry?
I mean, I didn't ever actually meet him. I just heard some of the other researchers mentioning it.
What?
Well, yeah, well, I could have sworn they had said he died. I mean, maybe they just said he looks like death or something, but I really thought they said he was dead.
So that's it. Just a misunderstanding.
Yes. You seem to be taking this kind of person...
Because you keep lying to me, Martin.
About what?
I don't know, but you are.
Where did you get that? Have you been going through the bin?
It was in the old document room, just next to where you used to sleep. Your handwriting. If the others find out I've been lying. Lying about what, Martin?
Look, just forget about it, okay? Please.
I can't forget it. Everyone in this place has so many goddamn secrets, and I can't trust a word you say. Not about this, and not about Trevor.
John, just...
Martin!
Okay. Just promise you won't fire me.
Fine.
I lied on my CV.
What?
I don't have a master's in parapsychology. I don't even have a degree. When I was 17, my mum, she had some problems, and I ended up dropping out of school, trying to support us. I tried everything, but no one was hiring, so I just kind of started to lie on my applications, sending them out to just about anywhere. For some reason, my lie about parapsychology got me an interview with Elias, and then a job here. Most of my employment details are made up. I'm only 29.
Right, I believe you.
Why are you smiling?
Yes, I won't mention it to Elias. Just between us.
So you don't mind?
To be quite honest, Martin, I'm really rather relieved.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims, produced by Alexander J. Newell.
He sounded so angry. I even jumped. I forgot he got upset with him like that. But also, I will not kill the buggies if they're in my house. But the way that he was describing how all the spiders came out of her mouth, I was like, no. I don't want to hear that. Episode 50. Okay, episode 57. Oh, this is such a good one. And something to get brain off bugs. All right. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's something in my lash.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives. Episode 57, Personal Space.
I messed it up.
Statement of Carter Chilcott regarding his time spent in isolation aboard the space station Daedalus in September 2007. Original statement given April 4th, 2009. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. We're all alone out there. I know the statistics, how big the universe is, the probabilities and proximities and the promises of other beings out there among the stars. But I've been there. There's nothing. Nothing but empty, uncaring void, lacing dead worlds and dead stars all together like a tapestry of lonely meaninglessness. Humans have existed for the smallest sliver of a fraction of a moment in the existence of the universe, and we will be extinguished just as quickly. And when we are at last gone forever into the quiet emptiness of death, there will be nothing left but the cold universe. And nothing shall mark our passing, because there is nothing to do so. Dismiss me if you wish to. Take comfort in your escapist fantasies of aliens and visitors from other worlds, but there's no proof I can give you beyond the testimony of one who has spent so very long staring into that black and empty infinity and knowing, truly knowing, what it means to be floating and forsaken in an empty universe. I knew isolation experiments could be rough when I signed up. I'm not some naive fool who thought he'd endure a few quirky side effects for science. No, I'm an astronaut. So I do my research. When I was picked for the project, a long-term isolation study set in conditions of low Earth orbit, I read up on as many previous cases and similar experiments from the past 30 years, familiarizing myself with possible side effects and likely psychological hurdles. It was daunting, to say the least. I wasn't keen to experience some of what the previous tests seemed to promise would happen to my mind, but I didn't feel like I had much choice. I'd had my application to the International Space Station floating in limbo for so long that when a private consortium approached me, telling me they'd recently launched Daedalus, a small manned satellite of their own,
and needed qualified crew members, I jumped at the chance to go to space at last. I should have realized that what they meant by crew member was lab monkey, but to be honest, even after I found this out, it didn't do a lot to dampen my enthusiasm for the project. I was going to space. There were 2 other people technically on the crew. I say technically as I never spent any time with them beyond the trip up to the Daedalus. Their names were Jan Kilbride and Manuela Dominguez. I'm sure that they probably did a lot more looking after the station than I ever did, but as far as I was concerned, I was the only one up there. From the chatter I heard before the mission began, each of us had an experiment of our own to be concerned with, but they were also there as a backup in case something went horribly wrong with mine, since the observing scientists simply didn't have the option of intervening themselves. I remember the man in charge of my particular project, Conrad Lucas, made a face of rather overstated disgust when he told me I wouldn't be up there entirely on my own. I got the distinct impression he was one of those people who feel that ethical restrictions do nothing but bind the hands of the true scientist and leave them at the mercy of their subjects' limitations. My section of the tiny space station was completely self-contained. There was food, sleeping arrangements, and zero-gravity exercise equipment, all for my personal use. The single entrance to the rest of the satellite was locked and sealed. It could be opened from either side, but on my side it required a code. I did have access to the code in case of emergency, but I had way too much riding on the mission to even think about being responsible for its early termination. I also had one large, domed window. It allowed me a decent view of the Earth below, as well as plenty of chance to stare off into space, which I did quite a lot in those early days. I was told the other astronauts would do their best to avoid that window while doing maintenance or repair work outside. Mission Control had also supplied me with a lot of books and films and other entertainments as, like Conrad had told me at the first briefing, the experiment was into isolation, not boredom. So when I locked that door for the first time, I was feeling in pretty good spirits about the whole thing, to be honest. I knew I was being monitored. There was a little camera mounted on the wall that kept a beady eye on me. It wasn't so invasive that I couldn't get away from it when I wanted to, but for the most part I was happy enough to eat and read and exercise in front of the watchful lens. Obviously those assessing my progress would never communicate with me directly, and they might not even be watching a live feed, so if they had opinions on how I was undertaking my task, I never heard them. Even if my task was just sitting around in a room in space, waiting for my mind to break. I tried not to take too much comfort in the knowledge that there were people watching my every move, as I felt that to find that reassuring would go quite strongly against the spirit of the experiment. I had to really feel alone. That, at least, didn't take too long to set in. I can't honestly see how strapping yourself in to sleep or drinking your juice with a space foil pack on a straw can have much effect on isolation, but I wasn't going to be the one to bring it up. I believe some people would have been more disturbed than others by its location orbiting Earth, but it didn't feel markedly different to me from any of the other isolation studies they conducted over the last few decades. If anything, the silent, rolling green and blue of the Earth far below was another source of comfort, and the sure knowledge of the billions of other people making their way through life who had no idea what was right above their heads. Both of these comforts lasted me almost 6 weeks. That was when I was aware I should start to experience some of the more distressing side effects. I'd already passed through listlessness and a bout of insomnia, and I hadn't been using my exercise machine properly for almost a fortnight, but I still didn't expect the severity of the hallucinations when they began. Twice I was woken up by the sound of a door opening, only to find it as tight as it had ever been. And throughout the daytime I would occasionally hear footsteps, which shouldn't even have been possible in zero gravity. There was also a blackout for about 20 minutes at one point that may or may not have been real. Certainly we didn't seem to lose power in any other systems, except the lights. So this was all reasonably distressing, but at least it had the advantage of not being unexpected. No, the first warning I got about how bad things were going to get was the spacesuit. The clocks read it as 14:30 UTC, and I was rewatching 28 Days Later, one of the better films that had been provided for my entertainment, when a movement in the window caught my eye. At first I thought it might have been some orbital debris moving past, but then I spotted it. Still at the edge of the domed window. It was a hand. The white, bulky, gloved hand of someone wearing an EVA suit. It started to float, slowly across the window, followed by the rest of the arm, then the torso, until almost the whole suit was slowly floating across. I was excited by the idea of seeing another human being at first, even if it was only brief or might compromise some of the work. But as the suit made its painstaking drift across the space outside, it rotated enough that I could see clearly through the suit's visor. There was nobody inside. The floating suit was completely empty, and I started to suddenly get very scared. At last, it had passed right across and off into the night, the other side, and I stopped to try and calm myself in the face of what had been a deeply strange thing to watch. I managed to do so, but only until I looked again out of that window. There were no more empty floating clothes, but I noticed something that for some reason hadn't dawned on me when watching the empty suit. It was, to put it quite simply, impossible, and I must have approached it from 100 different angles trying to make sense of it. The Earth was gone. At first I assumed it must have been an orientation change, but that didn't make any sense. The planet below had never been hidden from my position before, and if we'd shifted that radically, I would have felt it, I was sure. But still, the fact remained that where the Earth should have been, there was empty, dark space. I must have watched for hours, waiting to see the sun. We were definitely still moving, and from what I could tell, we still seemed to be moving in some sort of orbit. But without a planet below, I have no idea why we kept the same pattern. Regardless, the sun should have been visible sooner or later. After 2 days of waiting, I finally accepted that the sun and the moon had gone as well. It wasn't completely empty out there. Far off in the distance, I could still see stars, twinkling, and probably long dead, but I knew that there was nothing they could do to save me. At some point on the first day, I remembered the camera. I focused my attention on it and began to scream and shout for help in the vain hope that someone might be watching a feed of it and be able to make contact. I cried and begged and pleaded with that camera for almost 4 hours before I was suddenly struck by a terrifying thought. I floated over to it and gently took hold of the cables that fed out from the back into the wall. I followed them along, looking for where they connected to the power or broadcasting apparatus. What I found instead were a pair of neatly severed wires, transmitting nothing, powering nothing, connected to nothing. The camera had never even been turned on, and had certainly not been transmitting anything to Earth. So what data had they been collecting? I still have no idea the answer to that question. But I did feel like I gained some small sliver of control back after spending an all-too-brief hour smashing up the camera. After that, it was time to break out the code and get the door to the rest of the satellite open. I had decided that even if this somehow was simply a really elaborate and convincing trick to examine reactions to certain stimulus in a test environment, it was still far beyond what I had signed up for. One way or another, I decided I was getting out of this damned experiment. I opened the small safe that contained the passcode document and eagerly broke the seal on its container. I was desperate to get out of that door as soon as possible and took a few moments to memorize it. E109GHT8. I can still remember it vividly, as I entered that code over and over in an attempt to get that locked door to open. Each time I painstakingly entered it with as much precision as I still had within me, and each time the password field read out what I had apparently typed in. No one is coming. And the door remained closed. And that was it. I was trapped alone in a tiny room floating in space. Deserted, empty space. I had plenty of food and water, so starvation wasn't a danger. But sometime in the first week, the clock stopped working. With no timepiece and nothing left outside of the sun or moon, keeping any sort of time at all became utterly impossible. If I had to guess how long I spent in that strange exile, I would say somewhere between 3 and 6 months, but that is based solely on my eating and sleeping patterns, which were largely fueled by despair and that quiet, aching terror of being utterly forsaken. I couldn't even read my books or watch anything, as characters seemed dead and lifeless, the emptiness of their artificial existence made plain to me. The hallucinations stopped. I did not even get the comfort of company in my delusions, though at some point the line between dreaming and reality seemed to blur. I would be sleeping, strapped into my bed in the middle of the void, while at the same time floating through ancient graveyards or the open, empty sea. They weren't hallucinations, though, they were dreams, even if the cold did seem to seep out of them and into the bones of me. I spent so long trying to get that door open, but nothing worked. The mechanisms and electronics were not accessible from my side. When I finally stopped trying, it was the final abandoning of my hope. That was also when I noticed something else that alarmed me in a very different way. I did some calculations and realized that my food and water levels did not seem to be depleting. For all the time I had been there, in what I could now only think of as my imprisonment, it did not seem like there had been any significant change in my supplies. No one could be restocking me because there was no one but me there. If the food remained static, then, did that mean I could remain trapped in this place for the rest of my life? Assuming I even still aged, I began to very seriously consider the idea that I had died, and this was hell. Given that worry, the way I finally escaped could be considered ironic. I starved myself to death. Well, not to death, I suppose, given I'm alive enough to talk to you, but close enough. I don't know how long I just floated there, strapped into my lonely cocoon of a bed, refusing to eat or drink and waiting for the end. After everything else, I had no guarantee it was even possible for me to die, but I had to try. When I finally faded from consciousness for what I hoped was the last time, it was the greatest relief I have ever felt. I don't know exactly when I realized I wasn't dead. There were various moments I faded back into consciousness, and I know that I felt the re-entry very hard, but it's difficult to pin down clear thoughts before the hospital. No one's really given me an official account of what happened, aside from that it became known I was in serious danger of death, and my colleagues on the Daedalus retrieved me and managed to keep me alive until the next opportunity to send me back down. I'm not pushing to know more. Not really. I know what happened, and no rational cover story that they could feed me is going to change it. I haven't followed up with Conrad, and as far as I'm aware, he hasn't made any attempt to contact me. I was paid in full, though, which was a surprise. I wanted to tell someone what really happened for almost a year before I found your institute. There's nothing really to be done about it, but I wanted to get it off my chest. So, thank you for letting me get it down on paper. Statement ends. While there's plenty of media coverage of the launch of the Daedalus satellite in early 2007 by Stratosphere Group, a consortium of various scientific and aerospace companies, it seems the actual operation of the facility is guarded with a great deal more secrecy by the various organizations involved. Martin was able to confirm that during its 2 years of operation it did have a total of 3 staff on board: Jan Kilbride, Manuela Dominguez, and Mr. Chilcott. Beyond that, however, there's little that can be retrieved from beyond the wall of corporate bureaucracy. Tim was, however, able to get a list of the businesses involved in the venture. 3 names stand out: Pinnacle Aerospace, majority owned by the Fairchild family, a large private investment by Nathaniel Lucas, and Optic Solutions Limited, a relatively benign-seeming company manufacturing specialist cameras for research and industrial application, who are nonetheless notable for having their business address listed as being in Ny-Alesund in Norway. I fear, however, that's as much digging as I can do at the moment without drawing attention, so it may be wise to let the matter drop. End recording.
John?
What
What are you doing?
Sash, I can't seem to find the new file for the Hilltop Road case. I thought I gave it to you to follow up on the children.
You did, and I gave it back.
Ah, right.
Even if I hadn't, I would very much prefer it if you stay out of my desk.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I didn't realize you were still here, or I would have asked.
Of course.
I'll see if it's with Tim, then.
Also, John, I have asked before.
What?
Please, don't record our conversations.
Stupid. I thought Sasha had left for the evening. I wanted to have a look in her desk for anything that might shed light on her recent weird behavior. I didn't get much of a chance, but it all looked normal. Except there were a few scraps of torn paper. They could be from files or just torn scrap paper. It's hard to tell. I'm at a loss why she would want to destroy files, though. Still, I think I probably need to back off from Sasha for a while after this. I'll just keep an eye from a distance for now. I did find several pictures of her and her new boyfriend, though, which puts my mind somewhat at ease. Well, mostly, there's something about him that doesn't seem quite right. Something about the smile, maybe? I mean, they're all pictures of Sasha and Tom, as I'm told his name is, having fun together, but it's hard to put into words exactly, but every one of them looks somehow like a stock photo. End supplement.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims, produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 58, Trail Rations.
Unsigned statement regarding potential cannibalism while attempting to travel the Oregon Trail. Original letter dated November the 10th, 1845. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I have accepted I shall not survive this. The cold bites through my skin and feels as though it cuts into my very soul, and I am so hungry that I can barely stand. But I shall not give in. I can hear him taunting me still, tempting me, but I shall choose to die rather than take part in such an unholy meal. Nor shall I take my own life, whatever extremity my suffering may reach. I am certain my final reward will come soon, and I shall face my Saviour with a clear conscience and a heart full of faith. Pastor Lawrence once told me that there are no empty bellies in heaven, and I am sure that he is right. I wonder if I shall see Benjamin there. I should hope so, for all his faults and his incessant chatter. and together with all those we have lost, I am sure we shall look down upon perdition, and watch Eustace Wick writhing in agony among the well-earned flames. Speaking of flames, I must apologize about the state of the paper to whoever may be discovering this message. I am having to write this close to what fire there is, both for light and to stop the ink from freezing. There will likely be some scorching, but I should hope it remains legible. We should never have attempted the Oregon Trail. I see that now. I should have stayed in Savannah and built what life I could, maybe accepted the proposal of Adam Hawthorne. He was a decade my senior, but I heard no complaints from his previous wife while she lived, and it would have been a better fate than to freeze to death in these mountains, listening to Benjamin's incessant taunting. But my life before had been hardship and travel, and there was a part of my soul that felt that such a thing was simply my lot. So when my father joined my mother in heaven, not 3 years after moving us to the small town of Savannah, Missouri, it felt as though moving again was what the good Lord intended for me. It was then, as I had to choose between trying to scrape a living from 20 acres of Missouri soil that my father had left me, or forge out on my own, that Benjamin Carlyle kindly asked permission to repair his wagon on my land. I will not deny he was a handsome man. Even now, the cold has preserved that pleasing cast of his face, gaunt though it may be. I was somewhat taken with him, but had no further thoughts about it, being somewhat plain in my own appearance. It took me quite aback when I brought a jug of water to his fire that evening, and he asked me directly if there was anywhere in the town of Savannah where he might find a wife. Well, this seemed to me something of a strange request, though I myself knew little of courting. Benjamin explained that he was set to be travelling up out of St. Joseph, along the Oregon Trail towards Willamette Valley, a lush paradise of the frontier. The settlers of Oregon country, he said, had offered land to those who might follow. 320 acres of land for the unmarried, he said, but a married settler could claim 640 acres. That, and the prospect of another pair of hands to help with the work of farming, was a great incentive. All told, he said, if he was able to find himself a wife before he reached Oregon country, he very much intended to do so. Well, after he told me this, I explained my situation to him, and we were married by Pastor Lawrence the following day. Even now I can't fully bring myself to regret that part of the events that led me here, and had we reached the Willamette Valley as planned, I believe we would have been far happier than most. I had few real possessions to pack and little food left, but I took what I could into Benjamin's wagon. It was late May when we began our trip, and had I known more about the route we were to take, I might have known that this was dangerously late to be starting such an expedition, but I did not. In many ways, Benjamin was as impulsive in his travel plans as he was in choosing a wife, and it was only after we had been on the road for some time that I realized how ill-prepared he was for many of the hardships of the trail. I never asked him exactly where he was from or why he wished to settle in Oregon. Those few times I broached the subject, he would talk all sorts of circles around it, and I had some inkling that he might have been fleeing trouble back east. I never pressed the matter. I had a lot of gratitude to him for taking me along, sharing his food and his bed with me, and rescuing me, as I saw it, from a life of grief and Missouri dirt. It became apparent as we travelled that the blessings were not entirely one-sided. It turned out I was far more suited to the hardships of the trail than him, and far more skilled at keeping the wagon moving than he was. I nursed him through a fever as we crossed through Colorado, and more than once I even managed to avoid an attack by natives, securing the wagon in a small ravine until the war party had passed by. All told, I feel I more than earned my bacon. I still remember the first time Benjamin saw skulls near our campsite, those travellers before us who had not fared as well as we had. Poor man almost fainted, and I could not help but reflect that, were it not for me, he would likely have joined those poor departed souls. I decided not to share that particular reflection. We reached the Laramie River and Fort John in October. It was a squalid little fur trading post in Wyoming, with thick wooden walls that were solid enough to keep out any war-minded natives, and there were all the signs that a great many people had recently passed through the place. The manager, an officious man who introduced himself as Bruce, told us that we had missed the chance to safely cross the Rockies, and that the passes would be snowed up within the month. He said we could winter at Fort John if we had the food and money for it, or we could turn round and leave. From his tone of voice, it sounded like he had not much care for which of the options we chose. We were, of course, devastated, and spent several days discussing our options and trying to make a decision as to the wisest course of action, though we knew that for every hour we spent in such conference, our choices became fewer and the consequences sharper. It was at that point we were approached by a man who introduced himself as Eustace Wick. He was a short, squat figure, broad of shoulder, and with the rough, dark skin of one who has spent most of his life under the sun's unforgiving glare. His long, shaggy beard was shot through with grey, but his eyes sparkled with a cunning and intelligence I would not have expected to see from such an unkempt face. He also possessed one other attribute which surprised me, though in hindsight it takes on a somewhat sinister light. He had in his mouth a full and healthy set of teeth. Now Mr. Eustace Wick inquired as to our purpose in Fort John, and, speaking far more candidly than I was truly comfortable with, Benjamin explained to him our journey and our dilemma. At the mention of the words Willamette Valley, the short man's eyes lit up and a smile practically split his face in two, for he was, so he said, the best guide since Sacagawea, and could get us through the Rockies long before the snows hit with any force. For a price. When he said this, he smiled, and all the square and shining teeth in his mouth seemed to catch the light. I was hesitant, as I'd met plenty of hucksters and bandits who were keen to pass themselves off as guides, and as Benjamin haggled the price, my misgivings grew, for Eustace Wick seemed to offer little in the way of resistance, and we secured his services for only $20. Plenty of money, to be sure, but for the services he was offering and the dangers involved, it was practically nothing. Unfortunately, for all my consternation, it soon became clear that Benjamin had made up his mind to hire the man. To be fair to him, we did not have the resources to winter in Fort John, and were we to try and make our way back, there was every possibility the weather would still turn deadly on us. We were caught between the devil and the sea, and Benjamin had determined that, guided by Eustace Wick, we were going to try and swim. The poor fool had no idea the devil was the one leading us into the water. Nobody tried to stop us leaving, though it was clear from the looks upon them that they believed us to be dead already. My own hopes for us were scarce higher, but the little man who now rode with us cackled and joked as we travelled, keeping Benjamin in higher spirits than I had seen him in months. This began to fade as the cold air began to hit us, and the paths through the Rockies became steeper and narrower. The journey was hard, but we pushed on for almost a week. Eustace Wick seemed to be as good as his word, keeping us on those trails that the wagon could use without too much danger. The cold robbed us of sleep, though, and after those first days the once beautiful vistas and rolling peaks of the mountains seemed to become jagged and vile, ribs jutting from the carcass of the world and picked clean by vultures. Benjamin became quiet. I became sullen. Eustace Wick became more aggravatingly jovial than before, and by the time the first snowflakes began to fall, he was practically hooting with joy. My suspicions about his motives had begun to freeze into an icicle within my chest, hard and focused, when we woke up one morning, a week and a half into the journey, to find one of our wagon's wheels smashed and destroyed beyond repair. I could not find it in myself to be surprised. The snow was falling thickly by this point, and we had already used all our replacement wheels over the many months of the journey. We were trapped there, and would surely die. It was then that Eustace Wick appeared, standing on a nearby rock, that same big grin on his face. He told us that there looked to be a snowstorm coming, but he had found a nearby cave where we could wait it out. He didn't even pretend dismay at the state of the wagon. Benjamin and I followed him, and sure enough, there in the side of the mountain was a shallow but well-hidden cave. It's hard to say at exactly what point I realized specifically that Eustace Wick was planning to eat us. It may have been that he made no mention of retrieving any food from the wagon when he led us to his den. It could have been the piles of firewood already neatly stacked up against the far wall, cut into logs. It might just have been the way he looked at Benjamin, with his square white teeth bared in a mirthless smile. But somewhere between the wagon and the cave, I became convinced that our so-called guide had lured us up here with no intention short of killing us and eating our flesh. I had no time to communicate this thought to my husband, however, who still seemed woefully oblivious of the situation, and once we were inside the small cave, there was no privacy in which to discuss it. So I just had to sit there, watching Eustace Wick building a fire as Benjamin tried to suppress his shivers and make conversation with the man who he still did not realize had turned from our guide into our captor. I simply watched and waited as the storm began to descend outside and the warmth of the fire was quickly overcome by the icy chill of the wind. Night began to fall, and the fire was the only light, casting long, dancing shadows upon the walls behind us. I could feel hunger gnawing at me, and was sure that I was not the only one. But I had a strange thought, that the bearded man squatting the other side of the flames was waiting for someone to mention it, so I refused to do so. My husband, of course, had no such reservations, and began to bemoan our forgetfulness at leaving what little food we still had in the wagon. At this, Eustace Wick's smile, if it were even possible, got wider, and he said that we had all the food we needed. He stared into the fire and began to mutter something. It sounded like a prayer. I think he was, in his own demented way, saying grace. I remember the words exactly. He locked eyes with Benjamin and said, "Come, meet, be my guest, and let thy gifts to me be blessed." As he said this, a silence fell across the cave. The wind died and the shadows on the wall stopped moving, as though they were watching the scene in rapt attention. Eustace Wick withdrew a long, sharp knife and stalked over to Benjamin, who made no move to defend himself. His eyes were wide, staring at the mad cannibal approaching him with a look of both fear and rapture. The whole scene was so utterly unreal that it took me almost a full second to remember and draw my gun. All through this journey I had kept my father's caplock pistol hidden, tucked inside my crinoline. Benjamin knew about it, of course, but had obviously never mentioned it to Eustace. Had I had a possibility of reloading it, I might have drawn it earlier, but with only a single shot, and I a barely passable shooter, I knew that I needed to be sure of my moment. As it turned out, I left it too late, for even as I placed the barrel to the temple of the foul murderer and pulled the trigger, he drew the blade across my husband's throat. There was a terrific bang, a splash of brain and a spray of blood. The two men fell dead upon the floor, and I found myself alone in the silence of the icy night. I'm sure I need not tell you the tears that I shed that night. Tears that were ice even before they touched the ground. I wept for my beautiful, stupid Benjamin, and I wept for my own life, now most certainly lost to the cold and snow, and to hunger. It was as this last thought passed, unbidden through my mind, that I heard it, very faint, calling softly, the sound of Benjamin's voice. I crawled over to him, for a second overjoyed that he might be alive, but as soon as I touched his ice-cold skin, already beginning to turn blue, I knew that it could not be so. Despite this, his head began to turn towards me, and his frozen eyes opened. His lips parted above the gaping red slash across his throat, and he spoke. "Eat me," he said. I leapt back, shaking my head, praying the Lord to rid me of these terrible visions, but his voice came again, clearer and louder this time, begging me again to eat him. He told me how good he would taste, better than any salted pork. I could cook him over the fire, he said, and the cold would keep him fresh for as long as I needed. I yelled at him, screamed at him to be quiet, for whatever devil had taken up inside to go back to hell, but it made no difference. Still, he pleaded to be eaten. It has been 5 days now, and Benjamin still entreats me. He taunts and curses me by turns, calls me a coward who would rather die than be part of something greater than myself. The entrance to the cave is all but blocked with snow, and even if I were to dig my way out, there is nowhere for me to go. I don't even know where whatever's left of the wagon would be. I think I might try, though, now I have finished this account of the events that led up to my fate. I hope whoever finds this does not judge us too harshly. We were simply seeking a better life. I leave this here, in the oilskins of Eustace Wick, in the hopes it may be protected from the depredations of winter. As for myself, I will try to dig my way out and get as far as I can. I will not survive, but I hope the Lord understands it is not suicide. It is simply that I can no longer stand to be trapped here, where the corpse of my husband begs me to make it meet.
Statement ends. Certainly a grotesque tale, but I don't have access to the sort of information required to verify any of the details provided by the unnamed Mrs. Carlyle. There is no record of any Eustace Wick that I could find. There is a Benjamin Carlyle mentioned in an 1838 census of Burke County, North Carolina,
but that's about it. The prayer apparently spoken by Mr. Wick is a perversion of the old Lutheran grace, "Come, Lord Jesus, be our guest, and let thy gifts to us be blessed." There was a noted Lutheran preacher by the name of Horatio Wick that is mentioned briefly in several histories of Massachusetts as rather violently falling out with his colleagues in the church over the sacrament of the Eucharist, but he apparently drowned in 1832. What interests me most is how this unsigned letter, if it is to be believed, made its way from an icebound cave in Wyoming or Idaho, all the way to the personal collection of Jonah Magnus. End recording.
Look, I've tried talking to Elias about it, but it doesn't seem to do any good.
He's just under a lot of pressure. You know how messed up he's been since Prentice.
How messed up he's been?
Of course, I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean that you weren't.
Just no, because I didn't start stalking my co-workers.
Maybe try talking to him.
Sure, like he doesn't already look at me like I'm a murderer.
Okay, we've just got to let him work through this. I suggested therapy, but he just says no.
Well, we need to do something.
Yeah, maybe.
The preceding conversation was overheard on the 19th of November 2016. It reaffirms my current worries about Tim, though does go some way to reassure me that Martin is unlikely to be the culprit, especially following our earlier conversation. I need to be more careful.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by Rusty.
I think this will be where we stop. Because then we made it from 51 to... Mm, 59. Sorry. So, we did good. That was a good push. Let's listen to 59, Recluse. And then we'll go to bed. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 59, Recluse.
Statement of Ronald Sinclair regarding his years spent in a teenage halfway house on Hilltop Road, Oxford. Original statement given November 29th, 2005. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I should have come in to tell you people about this before, really. I heard about your institute back in the 80s, and I thought, should I tell them? But I didn't. Thought you'd be all about old castles and ancient cairns, not have any time for weird goings-on in a suburban house in Oxford. And you're academics as well, so probably have more rigorous standards than one crackpot's horror story. Still, I saw last week that they were planning to build on that land again. Another house where the old Fielding place used to be. I don't know, it's not like you'd have any power to stop the construction, but I needed to tell someone about it. And you were less likely to throw me out of my ear than the planning department of Oxford City Council. You see, I lived with Raymond Fielding for almost 3 years, and believe me when I say that there is nothing good that can come from disturbing that dreadful place. I was a bad kid. I've cleaned up my act in the 40-odd years since, but back then I was a little thug. Wasn't entirely my fault. I came from a bad family. My father left before I was born, and I'm not sure how much you know about single motherhood in the late 40s, but it was clearly hard enough that my mother ended up with a serious alcohol problem. I won't go into the gory details of my childhood, but let's just say it's no surprise I was out of school and in the system before my 13th birthday. They tried a few places to set me straight. Back then, these sort of places weren't quite as enlightened, and the only life lesson I learned worth a damn was how to take a beating. Finally, when I was 15, after the justice system was finished with me for the 3rd time, I was given the chance to re-enter society and offered a place at a halfway house on Hilltop Road. It's weird. I've tried to get information on it so many times in the years since, but there's nothing there. It's like it never existed. I mean, this was a long way pre-digital, and files got lost plenty, but it still bothers me. The most traumatic thing that ever happened to me, and as far as any official record is concerned, I couldn't have even been there. Raymond Fielding was younger than I expected. Every other place, the people in charge had been old, leathery moralists with scowls on their faces and calluses on their knuckles. A lot of ex-military types who would lecture for hours on how their wasted life had been saved by the discipline of the army, and did their best to impose it on us. Ray, as he insisted we call him, was different. He couldn't have been much older than 30, and he let his brown hair grow long. Not by today's standards, I suppose, but it would have sent any of the crew-cut authoritarians into a red-faced rage. He was friendly and approachable, but didn't seem like he was trying to be our friend. He was easygoing and smiled a lot, but there was something in his eyes that made me wary of trying to take advantage of him. I didn't like him from the start. The other adults I'd met on my journey through delinquency had been awful, and they'd run the spectrum from drippy, patronizing do-gooders to abusive thugs. But I'd always known. I would know what they were and where I stood with them. Ray was a mystery, and that unsettled me. Still, he wasn't too strict with our comings and goings, and the other kids staying there seemed all right. The one thing that surprised me was how rare it was to see anyone come back. Most other halfway houses I'd stayed in, you always had some of the older residents, those who had fallen into even worse criminal company, coming back occasionally, usually to sell drugs or do some recruiting. Amphetamines were the thing back in the early 60s, so I was surprised when I moved into Hilltop Road and there wasn't a Purple Heart or a Black Bomber to be found. It didn't seem like any alumni of Ray's little family came back for a visit. At the time, I just assumed it was a pretty nice neighborhood, so probably wasn't the sort of place my kind, as I thought of it then, made a habit of visiting. I wasn't wrong. The local residents hated us. We never really got into any proper trouble, but the sort of glares we got just for smoking on the street made me want to break a window sometimes. I never did, though. I'm not quite sure why I didn't, to be honest. Before I met Ray, I would have. There were plenty of broken windows in my past. There was something about living there, though, that dulled the urge. My memories of a lot of my time there are, well, not exactly foggy, but feel almost like I'm watching someone else's memories. I remember that it sometimes felt like I'd do things without actually deciding to do them. Like it was just muscle memory moving me or a string gently guiding me. It was never bad or dangerous stuff, just things I wouldn't normally have done, like brushing my teeth. I'm glad for it now I've passed 60 and teeth have stopped being something I take for granted. But at 15 the thought never even crossed my mind. But when I lived on Hilltop Road, I cleaned them every night. Up and down and side to side, my arm moving like I didn't even need to think about it. The other kids living there were the same. At least, I think they were. I remember them being kind of dull. Not that they were boring exactly, we'd spend time together and smoke and play games and the like, but there was something about them, as though there were some things that they said and did without anything behind them. Occasionally there'd be flashes of something, like the time me and Dick Barradale snuck out after dark and set Mr. Hainsley's bins on fire, but mostly they were quiet, almost placid. I'm sure they'd have said the same things about me, and at the time, nothing seemed amiss. I did what I did because it was what I was supposed to do, and it never struck me to question it. I'm not sure I really recognise who I became while living at that house. I did take up reading, though. There was a shop down in Cowley that kept a bucket of old pulp magazines, marked down to sixpence because they weren't the latest issue. I used to spend whatever money I had down there, and then I'd sit under the tree in the back garden and read them cover to cover, over and over again. They were daft, really, but I loved them. In the summer, with the leaves giving you just enough shade to keep cool, I'd say I was happier than I'd ever been before then. For the most part, Ray seemed content to stay out of our hair and leave us to our own devices. He had his own study in the basement where he spent almost all his time, and usually trusted one of us to go to the grocer's for food and sundries. Aside from church, which he made us attend with him every Sunday, he rarely went out at all. Occasionally one of the other residents of the neighbourhood would overcome their distaste for us long enough to ask how Ray was keeping and whether he was well. I gradually got the sense that, with the exception of the teenagers staying at his house, Raymond Fielding was something of a recluse. A well-liked recluse, certainly, but to see him leave the house on any day other than a Sunday was quite a remarkable thing. Aside from church, there was one other regular activity that he always insisted we take part in. We generally ate our meals in the dining room, which was a bit cramped sometimes, as when full there were 8 of us in the house aside from Ray, and the table was barely big enough. On Sunday evenings, however, we'd all gather for the evening meal, and before we sat down to eat, he would remove the bright white tablecloth that covered it, and we'd gather around the dark wood. I remember it was carved in all sorts of strange, swirling designs and patterns. It felt like if you picked a line, any line, you could follow it through to the centre to some deep truth if only your eye could keep track of the strand that had caught it. The centre of the table looked at first like it was simply part of the wooden top, but if you looked closely, as I did so often, you could see an outline marking the very middle as a small square box, carved with patterns just like the ones that laced their way over the rest of the table. I don't remember how long we sat around the table those evenings, nor do I have any memory of what we might have eaten. So I passed a couple of years in relative peace. I actually studied, stayed mostly out of trouble, and as my 18th birthday approached, it looked like I might be able to find someone to teach me a decent trade. At that point, I was the oldest there by a few months, the others having left the house as they each turned 18 in turn. A suited man would come around, though rarely the same one twice. Ray would sign some papers, and my former house sibling would head out the door and into the wide world. I didn't see them after that, but at the time I didn't really think anything of it. I assumed they were too busy trying to survive in a world that I had always considered deeply hostile. Agnes came to the house 2 months before my birthday, in the middle of winter. Ray had never mentioned her, never held one of his little meetings to introduce her. She was just suddenly in the house one day, and no one really thought to question it. She was younger than the other kids, maybe 10 or 11 years old, and didn't talk much. She had a small, sharp face, and long brown hair always braided into 2 tight pigtails, which she would twirl around her fingers whenever you tried to talk to her. I'll admit she was a bit spooky, looking back on it, but to be honest, at the time I never really questioned it, the same way I never really questioned any of it. She never came to church, though. Never sat around the dinner table when it was uncovered. Whenever Ray came in the room and she was in there, he would often just turn around and leave. And once I could have sworn that he looked at her with something in his eyes that, even in my dulled state, I recognized as fear. I was so focused on my upcoming emancipation that I didn't pay much attention to these developments, and I can't tell you much more about Agnes or what she did with her time in the house. All I know is that when the man from the Children's Committee came with the papers for Ray to sign, she was standing at the bottom of the stairs, watching me with an expression that looked almost playful. Ray signed the documents to remand me fully back to state custody. The age of majority back then was 21, but from 18 I was expected to be finding work and accommodation on my own. It was all a bit surreal, watching pens sign my life into its different stages without holding any of them myself. As the man in the suit told me to follow him in a clipped BBC accent, Agnes walked over and gestured for me to lean down and listen to her. I did so, but instead of a conspiratorial whisper, she just gave me a quick kiss on the cheek, then ran off down the hall. I stood there for a moment confused, before my temporary guardian once again instructed me to follow him. I did so, and the cold air of the outside hit me like a slap across the face. We walked for a few minutes to the end of the road, and I felt as though my meagre suitcase was almost frozen to my hand. He told me to wait there while he brought his car around, then disappeared down a side street. I stood there as the bitter wind cut through my thin coat. The sun was out, but it didn't do much to soften the sharpness of the February air as I waited. Then, without warning, I wasn't waiting anymore. I had turned around, put down my suitcase, and started walking back toward Raymond Fielding's house. I didn't want to go back. I had no reason to go back, but I had apparently decided to anyway, because I knew that's where I was going. After 2.5 years, I was rather used to this feeling, but there was something else there this time, something in the back of my mind, a frantic, scuttling terror. It didn't do any good, though. I was returning to Hilltop Road, no matter what I might feel about it. Choice didn't even come into it. The door was unlocked when I returned, and the house was quiet. My eyes darted around, looking for anyone who might be able to tell me what was going on, why the fine threads that pulled me through my life had dragged me back here, but I was alone. I walked over to the door that led down into the basement into Ray's study, and I was suddenly struck by the realization that nobody other than him had ever gone inside, at least not to my knowledge. Nonetheless, I reached up and turned the handle. It twisted silently, and the door swung open, revealing a set of stairs leading down. Light bulbs in spherical lampshades lit the way, and the thought struck me that, given how much time Ray spent down here, it was surprising how many cobwebs there were. They covered every corner and lightly coated part of the walls. As I headed down the stairs, closing the door behind me, I saw even more, and came to the unsettling realization that what covered the bare bulbs were not, in fact, lampshades, but were instead thick clumps of cobweb. The sight that greeted me when I finally reached the bottom of the stairs was about as far from what I had expected as it could possibly have been. Rather than a study filled with books, papers, desks, or the like, the room was large and almost empty. The walls and ceiling were bare earth, and it looked more like a burrow than anything else. In the center of the room stood that strange, hypnotic table, though how he had gotten the heavy wooden thing down here was beyond me. The whole place was covered with a thick gossamer of spider's web, and in the thick clumps around the edges of the chamber I saw shapes I recognized. Doris Hardy, Dick Barradale, Greg Montgomery, the older ones who had left the house before I had. They lay still now, wrapped in their sticky cocoons. Their bodies seemed warped and bloated in a way I didn't recognize. But that's only because at that point in my life, I had never before seen a spider egg sac. In the chair sat Raymond Fielding. He looked the same as ever, that placid, unreadable smile still on his face. His brown leather coat seemed to shift around his body. The texture in the dim light seemed more like coarse fur. He didn't say anything, just watched as I continued to make my way towards the table. For all the terror strangling my heart at that moment at the discovery of the grotesque fate of my friends, I could still feel the bland, uncaring expression on my face, and found myself stood in front of the table as though nothing whatsoever was wrong. I reached over and pulled the wooden square from the center of the table. On its own, it appeared to be a small wooden box, and the lid opened smoothly as my hands moved in a practiced motion. Inside was an apple, green and fresh, and still wet with morning dew. I knew I was going to eat it. I could feel tears desperately trying to push themselves out of my eyes, but I instead decided not to cry. I placed the box down on the table, reached over, and picked up the apple. All at once my cheek erupted in pain. It was like someone had pressed a hot branding iron into my face, and I could swear that I heard the flesh sizzle as I let out a scream and fell to my knees. I raised my hands to my face and realized in that moment two very important things. The first is that my face seemed to be untouched, and I could feel no injury or burn. The second was that raising my hand had been a truly voluntary act. I had willed it myself, and whatever power had been gripping me, tugging me into its web, I was free of it. I looked at Raymond Fielding, whose face finally had a real expression on it, one of confusion and anger. As he stood up, I saw small, twitching shapes tumbling out of his jacket, and I ran up those stairs, out the door, and away into the night. I didn't look back, and to this day I pray every night that the others down in the basement were already dead. That's it, really. Within 2 hours I was out of Oxford, on the first train I could jump onto. I jumped off at Birmingham to avoid a ticket inspector, and that's where I spent the next several years. Given my start in life, I've done very well for myself, and I now have comfort, education, and money. I try to think that I've left my past behind, but that sort of denial doesn't help me sleep. I only had my first truly restful night since that day, after reading about the fire that burned the house to the ground. But now they're building there. They're breaking ground that should be left burned and empty, and I've started to dream again. Statement ends. Mr. Sinclair was not exaggerating when he described the difficulties of tracking down information on any youth halfway house in Hilltop Road, or Raymond Fielding more generally. While I am naturally inclined to suspect conspiracy, Martin informs me that the nature of the gaps look like lost or damaged files. There are whole swathes of records missing from that period, not only related to Fielding, but many other similar institutions in the area. There's no attempt to cover up or redirect it either. It just looks like whichever cabinet housed those records got lost or damaged in the years since. I have done my best to prevent Martin reading this statement in too much detail. I have no interest in having another argument about spiders. In fact, after reading this statement, I have no interest in thinking about spiders any more than is professionally required. It raises further questions about the relationship between Raymond Fielding and this Magnus, and I can only hope some answers lie elsewhere in the archives. I wouldn't be surprised. Between Ronald Sinclair, Ivo Lenzig, and Father Burroughs, it appears there's still much to learn about Hilltop Road. End recording. Supplemental. Everyone's avoiding me. They've taken to working farther away from me than normal, and when I call them for any reason, they're always keen to leave as soon as possible. They share furtive glances when they think I'm not looking. I don't like it. I feel like they're planning something. End supplemental.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by
We made it. I'm not. Yes, turning the mic up would help a little bit too. Alright, my dearest, good night. Oyasamira, oyasumi, sweet dreams wherever you are. I will see you next week and try to have a very gentle and soft weekend. And remember to never give up on your dreams. Good night.